What's going on, people? What's going on, people? Y'all come on in, man. We're going to talk about this today. Y'all come on in. As y'all come in, man, come in and smash up the heart button, man. We're going to talk about this today, man. Most of y'all don't want no partnership. Y'all want peasants. I'm sold on it. But we're going to talk about this. You women and you men. Y'all don't want partnership these days. Y'all don't want solid relationships. Y'all want peasants. Y'all want peasants. Y'all want people to borderline worship everything you do, everything you say, and then when it comes to accountability and responsibility, you want to deflect. We're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about that today here on TikTok, YouTube. Shout out to all the people that's on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, IG. We going to talk about this today, man. I was just on a live, man, that kind of like made me like, man, I just can't believe this now. Now, I'm not in the dating world. I'm off the market. I'm married. But, I like to go on there and just see what the single people's talking about. And just to give a little, relationship advice. But then they be like, man, you married. You shouldn't be in these spaces. I got a question. Would y'all want to take advice from a bunch of single people who had failed relationships versus somebody who's been in a long committed relationships, been through every trial, tribulation that you can imagine, and tell you about, how you can overcome it? I'm noticing that a lot of y'all just want to be, y'all want relationship advice from single people. That's why y'all go to these Man of Fears. That's why the Red Pill community and all these other communities that y'all go to. And then you get somebody like me, and I mean, that been in a long relationship that try to, tell y'all about the ups and the downs and, try to, navigate your way through relationships. Y'all look at me like I'm the problem. Oh, this, that, and the third. Man, I was just on a live. And I'm trying to tell these sisters, it was a bunch of sisters, a couple of fellas on there, and everybody was projecting their trauma. Ain't no real men out there. Men need to bring all this much money to the table and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, statistically, a lot of men ain't even got the type of money that y'all daggone want. That y'all projected that a man should bring to the table. And I'm like, yo, what you want is not a reality. But okay, do you? If that's what you want, set your standards high. That's cool. I'm not saying don't set your standards high. You should set your standards high. Yeah, your standards should be through the roof. But at some point, you got to come on back down to reality. You got to wheel it on in. And say, oh, okay, this ain't working. So a lot of y'all don't want partnership. I realize this. Y'all don't want partnership. Y'all want peasants. And what I mean by peasants, this is what I mean by peasants. Y'all want people to worship y'all without any consequence on your behalf, no matter how horrible of a human being you may be, no matter how horrible of a partner you may be. You want somebody to worship you, men and women. A lot of women want men to do everything they tell them to do, and then when a man hold them accountable for their nonsense, they start gaslighting. And men do the same. A lot of these women want men who have money, but a lot of these women don't have what it takes to sustain the relationship. A lot of men want these bad chicks to be able to want to lay down with them and be, and do whatever, all that stuff, but they don't emotionally connect with a lot of these women. So I'm sold on the fact that neither one of y'all don't want partnership. Y'all want peasants, which in all actuality make y'all good for each other. That's the reason why y'all all doing each other dirty. Men doing women dirty. Men doing women dirty, women doing men dirty. Y'all all doing each other dirty because y'all all are peasants. You a peasant and she a peasant. And y'all doing peasant things to each other because y'all don't know what it is to be a partner. And then when somebody like me come on here and try to help y'all explain it, help explain what a partner is and what true partnership look like, y'all come at me sideways. Oh, you're married, you're different, you're this, you're that. Okay. Okay, cool. If that's what you want to do, all right, cool. All right, cool. That's what I'm gonna leave it there. But yeah, I need both men and women to put down the microphone and get professional help. You go get professional help. You go get professional help. Well, because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about even the professional so-called help. You're going to get professional help from other single people that's going to project their own trauma. They just projecting their trauma with education, with a book. They know how to project their trauma with education. So they know how to play the mental semantics with words and take you on this whole emotional roller coaster ride, and they know how to do it psychologically. So you're going to get help from who? Because a lot of these so-called therapists is single and projecting their trauma too. It's hard. Look, you are a peasant too then, right? I'm married. I've been with the same woman for 28 years. I'm still on my first girlfriend. She's still on her first boyfriend. We married. We ain't no peasants. We passed that peasant. We kings and queens because we run in our kingdom, and we're not projecting who we are onto society as our relationship should be the norm. No. Some of y'all need to unplug from these social media streets and stop getting your relationship advice from single people. I go on these panels sometimes just to talk to people, just to see where they head at, and both the men and the women are thrown off. Both of them got false expectations of what relationships is, and that's the reason why they 45 and still single. A lot of them. Real rap. That's the reason why. And it goes for both the men and the women. The men are still these older men still acting like they're in their 20s, and these older women still acting like they're 20s. Look at them. These older women all on TikTok and all over these social media streets shaking their butt, all on social media showing in their drawers and all that stuff, and expect a quality man to want them. And vice versa. The men doing the same thing too. These older men are on here acting like they these young men showing off their money and showing off their cars, acting like they 20. Y'all, listen, y'all are meant for each other. You peasants are meant for each other. Y'all like the drama. That's why y'all are so connected. Y'all are so connected to the point that when y'all connect, y'all like the drama so much. Then when y'all break up, y'all project and start saying, oh, men is toxic this and women is toxic that. That's all y'all do. That's all y'all do. What does marital status have to do with being with a therapist? Because how can a single therapist tell you one thing about being in a committed relationship when all their relationships failed too? I wouldn't go to a broke person for financial advice. You want to know why? How can you give me financial advice? How can you tell me what to do with $10 million when you ain't even got $10 million and you don't even know what to do with $10 million if you had it? So vice versa. Why am I going to a therapist to ask about relationship advice when they not even in committed relationships and know the first thing about being in a relationship because all they is messed up? That's your problem. Y'all think education ain't everything. Sometimes you have to do things off of a life experience. I'd rather go to a person who's been through some stuff and be able to tell me what they went through and how they overcame versus a person who got it out of a book and don't know the first thing about overcoming because they never been through it. I wouldn't do that. You said then to find a therapist. Well, listen, a lot of these therapists, right? Even as a man, I've been to therapy. Now I thank God for the therapist I went to because I tell men, don't go to these feminist therapists. You go to a masculine man therapist who can help you know how who can help you know how to channel your masculinity and balance your masculinity. A lot of these male therapists who's pro woman, they trying to feminize men. I don't want to be feminized. And vice versa. I would never tell no woman to go to a masculine man therapist. I'll tell her to go to a woman therapist who know how to balance the femininity, not be too progressive and not be too liberal when it comes to it. I mean, not liberal, conservative. You said I call it actionable intelligence. Yep. Yep. You said I can't respect any level of intelligence that can't produce a quality of action. This is the thing. What happened with just talking to somebody and just doing life with them? Talking to them for them. What happened to that? What happened to that? That's why I say a lot of y'all don't want. A lot of these women just want. They want to. They want to get a man that got money and just think that that's it. If I'm man enough to bring what I got to bring to the table, what are you woman enough to do? Like I always say, I would not date one of these chicks that's always demanding money out of me. Because if that's how you got her, that's how you're going to lose her. Because at the end of the day, you might not be making all that money every year. As a business owner of multiple businesses, it's some years that I didn't make as much money as I did the previous year. And sometimes the quality of life may have to slow down a little bit. Will you be a woman? Will you be a woman that will be there for a man if the money dries up? Would you say, you know what, I'm a partner and we're going to get in this together. I know you ain't able to produce what you was able to produce before. Now, you know what I mean? You ain't even got to worry about that. I'm going to get in there with you and we're going to do it together. What happened to those type of women? Therapists do not work like this. Therapy is improving yourself first. Yeah, I've been through therapy. I've been to therapy. You know what I mean? I am not discrediting therapy. But here's the thing. Are you going to therapy? And what is your therapist telling you? Is your therapist projecting? Or are your therapists helping you to heal, help you? A true therapist is going to help you dig inside of yourself to pull out your flaws, not worrying about what the other gender or other people are doing. Not worrying about what other men is doing or other women is doing. A good therapist help you look deep into yourself. A good therapist pull out the good, the bad, the ugly out of you so you could go about bringing the correction. Here's the thing. Going to therapy is not supposed to heal you. Going to therapy is to help you understand you so when you leave out of that therapist's office, you will do the work. You will do the work. You will do the work that needs to be done on yourself. That's what real therapy do. Soon as you're broken, she's on to the next guy. Well, she don't want to heal. She don't want to heal. Anybody that break up with somebody and then they in another relationship 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month or two, they don't want to heal. They don't want to heal because ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah, great question. But if everyone reverse it on, yeah. See, let me tell you the type of society we live in, and nobody's taking responsibility or nobody's taking accountability. Everybody's good at deflection on other people. That's why they got these code words out here: toxic masculinity, this phobic or that phobic. They use these trigger words instead of looking at themselves. Nobody's looking at themselves. It's easier to point blame. You want to know why it's easier to point blame? Because if you point blame, you don't have to look at yourself. You don't have to take responsibility. Yeah, I don't tell people what to do. I've been married for 28 years. I mean, I've been with the same woman for 28 years. I don't tell people what to do. I help them understand. I help them guide. I help guide themselves. I mean, I help guide them and help them understand how relationships work. Because a lot of these people on this, they talk about we want a good real man. And I ask, what's a real man? I'm 43 years old, don't even know what a real man is. What's a real woman? You can't tell me what a real woman is. I'll tell you what a real woman is, my wife. I don't need to know whether all women are real women or all men is real men. I have to focus on me. I'm still trying to figure out what it is to be a man. A lot of people don't know what being a real man is. Because if you ask every woman, a real man is a dude that bring money to the table. But you know how many women that was in relationships with men who had money, but that man used to beat on her and cheat on her? So is that the only qualification? Then y'all gonna say we want an intellectual stable man. And then when a man is intellectually stable and he know how to tell you what he want, how he want, you call him too masculine or too misogynistic. Because I'm telling you, I like what I like. I might like ketchup on my chicken wings. And I tell you, okay, when you bring me my chicken wings, put some ketchup on it. You like, oh, he's demanding me to put ketchup. No, I told you I like ketchup on my chicken wings. If you know that I like ketchup on my chicken wings, I shouldn't have to tell you. I shouldn't have to keep reminding you. What you talking about? You aren't married. Hey, listen, don't come in here with the nonsense. Don't come in here with the nonsense. See that? And that's, y'all see what, look, I'm going to pin this comment right here, y'all. I'm going to pin this comment right here, y'all. Let me pin it. Y'all see this right here, right? Y'all see this right here. She said, you aren't married. When I just told her I've been with the same woman for 28 years. And she said, I'm not married. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. People get on the internet, swear that they know you, tell you what you're not. When I just told you, think what I'm getting on the internet to lie and say I'm married for? Like, come on, y'all see that right there? Look at these people, man. I tell you, I would never want to be married to a woman like that. I'm surprised. I bet you if I talk to her husband, because she says she married, if I talk to her husband, man, he probably don't like her. He just with her for convenience. And of course, she's gonna say, no, he's not. Yeah, of course he's gonna tell you that. But I tell you one thing, if you project on him like you just project on me, a total stranger, I guarantee you he don't like you. He said, put your own ketchup on then. Okay, well, go make your own money then. Go make your own money then. Don't ask me for no money. It's cool. I put my own ketchup on. I don't mind putting my own ketchup on. But if we are a partner, see, that's your problem. That's your problem. You tell me to go put my own ketchup on, right? And I'm talking about partnership. Right? If your partner know that this is what you like, it should be a no-brainer for your partner to do the things without you asking them. It should be a no-brainer. Every month, both my wife and I, because I live on we both live on a strict budget, right? I put a certain amount of money in her account on one of her accounts, and I put a certain amount of money in my account every month, and that's our budget for that month. She never had to remind me, hey, where my money, where the money at? She never had to remind me. I do it like clockwork. You want to know why? Because she's my partner. She's my partner. That's why, look. You said these men are sassy. Okay. And that's the reason why you ain't picked. I'm good. My wife is good. Trust me. All you got to do is go through my page. You can call me sassy, but you can call me sassy all you want. Yeah, that's very much. Okay. Well, you do what you want with your man, and my wife my wife takes care of me very well. As a matter of fact, she's in the chat. My wife takes care of me very well. She don't have y'all problems. My wife don't have y'all problems. Not at all. My wife don't get on the internet talking about y'all problems. Mm-hmm. You want a daddy. You said, who want a mama? Who want a mama? Of course. I want my wife to take care of me. I take care of her. It's a partnership. Go tell that to Michael Jordan. Go ask how Michael Jordan and LeBron and all them always won championships. You want to know why? They played on a team. In order to win a championship called life, you have to play on a team. See, y'all want peasants. Y'all want people to worship you and only you without you doing nothing. You want everybody to cater to you, and you don't want to cater to nobody because you want to sit in this false reality like you the queen sitting up on your throne and everybody's doing everything for you. How's life working? Like that? But I guarantee you, when you go to work, working for whoever you working for, I bet you if your boss told you to go get some water, you would jump right up. Yes, sir. When you go to work, you do everything your boss say, but you can't do nothing your boyfriend or your husband say. Come on, man. Y'all chumps. Oh, my wife. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. My wife don't. Look. My wife knocks it out the ballpark every time. Oh, you ain't got to worry about my wife bringing the ketchup because she know what I want. She know what I like, and I know what she want. She know what I want and know what I like, and I know what she want. I know what she like. It's an exchange. We never have to remind each other or try to demand each other to do nothing. You want to know why? Because we're partners. It's like playing basketball. I give her the assist, she give me an assist right back. I give her an assist, she give me an assist right back. I score, she score. We assisting each other. We playing this game called life, assisting each other, scoring. We both the MVP. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all want peasants. I'm in a partnership. We winning. We winning. As a matter of fact, I just helped my wife buy her second piece of property. How about you? What a man is doing for you? What you doing for a woman? Huh? Huh? Yeah. We assisting each other. We assisting each, and it's sad I gotta talk to y'all like this, but y'all only respect ignorance. Y'all only respect ignorance. Yeah. And my wife in the chat. Holla at them, boo love. Holla at them, boo love. Yes. Partnership. My wife and I is in a partnership. We are equally yoked. Because our relationship is about exchanging and assisting. Exchanging and assisting. Exchanging and assisting. She exchanged for me and I assist to her. She exchanged to me and I assist to her. Ooh, we good at doing this. We good at doing this. My wife never have to remind me about nothing. And I never have to remind her about nothing because our life consists of exchanging and assisting. Exchanging and assisting. I never have to say you need to do this. Never. And my wife never had to do that to me because my mind is equipped to thinking about what is it that my wife loves? What is it that she like? I want to make her happy. I want her to be very pleased with me. And vice versa. So I talked to her, boo love, we are a partnership. It might be some days I can't perform top notch. I appreciate that the person who sent me that heart. It's some days I can't perform top notch. I'm going to need you to be the MVP of this game today. And then some days she can't perform top notch. And she expect me to be the MVP of that game today. That's how we do it because I'm not going to be the MVP every day and she's not going to be the MVP every day. But if we think about, okay, my partner is down right now, I'm going to step it up. Yeah. See, y'all want a man who got money, but if that man was to go down, or would you step up to the plate and be the MVP as long as he needs you to? Because last time I checked, in the covenant called marriage, it said for better or for worse, through sickness, through health, to death do you part. And none of y'all are partners. Y'all want peasants. Y'all want people to worship y'all. That's what y'all want. Y'all want peasants. That's why the only thing you hear on the internet is women talking about what a man have to have in order to have her. But yet she never talk about what she's willing to do to assist him. And vice versa, men do the same thing. They talking about all the stuff that they require a woman to do, but he never talk about what he's able to assist to her. I'm preaching better than y'all hitting them like buttons, man. I should be at about 10,000 likes already. Y'all see what I'm doing, right? I'm holding both men and women accountable. I'm holding both men and women accountable. This is not just a one-way conversation towards women or men. I'm holding both men accountable. Both men and women accountable. We both need to step our game up. The other day, I had a live going on. I said, are you a boyfriend or a husband? Are you a wife or are you a girlfriend, right? That is a one-way conversation. Let me tell you why, because you only could be one or the other, a boyfriend or a husband or a girlfriend or a wife. If you are a husband, you focused on being a husband. When you focus on being a husband, you should know what you want out of a wife, and vice versa. If you focus on being a wife, right, you should know what to expect from anyone who has husband qualifications. Y'all do know that, right? Y'all do know that, right? Yeah. Let me get to some of these comments because I see the comments are going crazy, man. I should be at about 10,000 likes already, man. You said a lot of married people need to revisit their vows. That's also a projecting statement, because do you know all married people? Huh? Do you know all married people? You don't know whether who need to revisit their vows. Stop worrying about what other people doing and worry about what's going on with your relationship. Maybe you need to revisit your vows with your spouse or your boyfriend. Let's stop projecting. Take accountability for your own. That's your problem. Everybody want to be in everybody else's business instead of minding your own. That's why your relationship is in shambles. Y'all let the culture in the society tell y'all what a real relationship is. And they don't even know what a real relationship is. You want to know how I know? Look at the divorce rate. Look at all y'all with these high body counts. Look at it. Look at this hookup culture. Y'all don't even know what it is you're looking for. And y'all expect somebody behind a screen or a guru that opens up a book to tell y'all? Y'all bugging. Y'all listening to one of the thoroughest, one of the realest dudes on social media. Because listen, I don't need your money. I don't need your validation, and I don't need your pat on the back, because guess what? I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of myself. I don't need nobody to validate me. I don't need nobody to tell me, oh yeah, he's speaking facts. I don't care if anybody say, oh, he's doing this. I don't care. Because I don't look for my acceptance from society. I don't look for my acceptance from you. Real rap. I don't care what other people are doing in their relationships, quite frankly. But I'm here to help the people who want to succeed in life, who want true partnership through the good, the bad, and the ugly, because ain't no relationship, it's not one relationship out there that's full with rainbows and butterflies. He said, why am I yelling? That's how I talk. If you have a problem, you can tune out. What's up, man, from NY, man? I appreciate you. But you know what? My bad. Everybody down in the comment, let me know where y'all tuning in from, man. My bad, man. I ain't do a proper address, man. My bad to all my day ones, man. My bad, man, because I was in my bag today, man. And it broke my heart being on this panel with these sisters. And I'm like, man, that's messed up, man. DC, what's up? DC in the building, NY in the building. I'm a Philly native. You know what I mean? I'm up north. Well, I'm in Georgia right now, so I'm up north, Nate. Oh yeah, she said you said I was there. And all I was doing was trying. He said Stephen A. Smith lost cousin. Oh man, I do get that a lot. And all I was trying to do was trying to help these sisters understand, like, yo, listen, it's time to will it back in. Have your standards. Everybody should have standards. Everybody. All our sisters should expect a man to provide, protect, and be a pastor. I'm going to say that again. Every woman should expect a man to provide, protect, and be a pastor. What I mean by pastor, a pastor shepherds a household spiritually. So you need provision, you need protection, and you need spirituality. All women. Real rap. So yes, men need to step that up. Men need to step that up. But what I'm telling my sisters is, hear me out. And you got to hear me out on this, sisters. If you so used to dating dudes that's in the club, his pants is sagging. He still talk with a hard, yeah, man, he's him, you know what I mean? And he's really not doing nothing for himself. You get what you deserve. That's what you chose. That's what you picked because you knew he was like that when y'all was talking. You knew he had the bar. He was borrowing your car before he started cheating on you. You knew he had no place to go before you let him get some yams. Yes, you knew that. You knew that. You knew he wasn't nothing before you let him shoot up your club and you got pregnant. You knew that. You knew that. So now, if you made a mistake when you was young, we all make mistakes when we're young. But you shouldn't be 35, 40 still doing that. If you ain't learned by 30, 35, 40 and up, I blame you. I blame you. Because you should not be letting no grown man shoot up your club in your 30s, getting you pregnant, and you know every time you go pick him up, he at his mama house. You should know better by now. And there's no shot to I'm not throwing no shots, sisters. I'm not throwing no shots. But all I'm saying is, it's easy to say that men should do better. Yes, I agree with you. Men should do better. But if they not doing better, why are you still going over there then? It's time to relocate into some other territory. It's time to go from the hood dudes, and maybe you might need to go check out some IT dudes. Y'all see what I'm saying here? Why everybody keep asking why I'm yelling? That's what I do. I'm a yeller. Some people talk. See, the reason why I yell because y'all respect ignorance. Black people only respect ignorance. Y'all see my name. My name is Gutter and Saint. I'm Gutter. Y'all got that gutter part of me, and I'm a saint. Because my identity in Christ. I yell because y'all only respect ignorance. When a man get on here and because I can talk proper too, because I do have my corporate voice. I have my corporate tone, but y'all don't respect that. Y'all don't respect I tried to come on here with my corporate tone. I tried. Sisters, I tried to come on here with my corporate tone, but y'all only respect ignorance. Appreciate that. Appreciate the gift. Y'all only respect ignorance. But I respect and I love y'all sisters. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I respect and I love my brothers. And I'm going to tell them the truth. It's time to tighten up, brothers. It's time to sharpen up, brothers. Because after all, our sisters need us, bro. Our sisters need us. They do. We need each other, man. And the dominant society done a good job by putting us in competition with each other. The dominant society did a good job by putting us in competition with each other. Black men worried about whether they make more money than black women. Black women worried about being more educated than black men. Last time I checked, men supposed to be in competition with men. Women are supposed to be in competition with other women. But the dominant society did a good job on putting us in competition with us. That needs to change today if you're listening to me. That needs to change today if you're listening to me. Yes, we haven't been good to each other relationally. I believe that's every culture. Every culture of men and women have done each other bad. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Haitian, African, all of them. We haven't, men in general, women in general, haven't done good by each other in relationships. It's not only the black community, but they making it look like that because the black man and the black man and the black woman aren't getting along. That's like the big boogeyman in the room. When it's not. Yes, black men need to get their stuff together, but I hate comparing but so does a lot of other cultures of men. Why you think a lot of white women is trying to date black men? A lot of white women. It's like the cultural norm today. It's like the cultural norm. Yeah, man. Hold on, man. My bad, man. You said sprinkle versus. Look. I ain't even no passport, bro. Listen. If that's what you want to do, do it. If you want to go overseas and get a chick, that's do you. I'm not a single man, but if I wasn't a single man, I'm not in competition with none of these sisters here in America, because I don't care how strong a woman. I know what I bring to the table. So I know how to get in a chick's mind. I wouldn't date. This is what I always say, right? I can afford a lot of these chicks. I make good money. I have a great career. I could, if I was a single man, I can afford a lot of these chicks financially, but mentally, emotionally, I can't afford them. I don't think y'all heard me. I'm gonna say that again. Financially, I can afford a lot of these chicks. These baller chicks that want dudes with money. You can go through y'all can go through my page and see what I'm about. I can afford a lot of these chicks financially, but for my own mental well-being and emotional well-being, I can't afford them. You want to know why? Because I already know they want to use me for my resources. And then the moment that I start pumping the brakes on the resources, they're gonna leave me for the next man who can give them resources. Y'all seen what happened with brother Zion Williams and that stripper. I mean, that porn chick. She's messed up that he moved on with another stripper chick, and now she's bugging out because he was giving her $10,000 a month, and now that money done dried up, and now she going about crazy. I know what comes with changing a woman lifestyle. I know what it comes with, because if a woman was to come into my life and see my lifestyle, she'd be so attracted to it, and she gonna grow used to it, and now she gonna always feel like she gonna have to have a man on that level. So she's not thinking on that small level no more. She's thinking on that, oh man, I gotta have a man on this level, and that's the level she's always going to aim at. That's why I always tell men, be careful if you a man that have a little something, and you show chicks these certain lifestyles, you creating a monster. Yeah, you got to know who you're dealing with from day one. Exactly. Nah, it ain't about do for self. You don't have to do for self, man. I enjoy doing life with my wife. I'm gonna tell you straight up, I enjoy giving my wife money. I love it. I love it. I enjoy giving my wife money. But guess what? I can call my wife right now and say, hey, Zell me 5,000. She's like that. I have she'll give it to me right back. Hey, do a wire transfer right now, 5,000. She'll give it to me right like that. How many women, how many of you sisters can say you would do that if a man is always looking out for you and helping you, and then the day he say, hey, can you wire transfer me $5,000? Can you honestly say you would do that? By the show of, I need all my sisters in the chat, put a number one. Would you do that? Put a number one in the chat if your man call you right now and say, hey, wire transfer me 5,000. Would you do that? We got, okay. All right. I see y'all. Amen. Amen. Y'all see that right there, right? I'm setting y'all up. One boy said they lying. I'm setting y'all up, fellas. Let's look. You got sisters in the chat right now. Now you can say they lying, but hey, listen. Life is about exchanges, right? Put it to the test. Look. Look, we got one sister said she did that already. Nothing. See, look at that, man. Look at that. I believe that's why I don't believe all the stuff that a lot of these sisters is perpetuating on the internet is real. Because I'm talking to the sisters and the men that really want that true companionship and partnership. I'm not talking about the women and the men that just want peasants. This is for the grown, intelligent men and women who really want a partner. And it's okay to want a partner. We live in a society right now where it's almost like the cooties. It's almost like having cooties to say that you want a partner. You want somebody to do life with. People will start clowning. Oh, you want man, you better. No. I want a partner. Me personally, that's why I say I'm a husband, right? This is why I say I'm a husband. I'm not for the streets. I'm not for the streets. In my eyes, coochie is coochie, just with a different face. That's it. Man, look, as long as my wife take care of what I need to be taken care of sexually, I have no right to be in another woman's DM just because she got a big old booty. Coochie is coochie. Just because she got a big old booty, you know what? I ain't even gonna go down. I ain't even gonna go down that. I ain't even gonna go down there. My wife is what I want in a woman. But here's the thing. She wasn't always what I wanted in a woman. We both had to become. Do y'all hear me? We both had to become. We wasn't each other's ideal. We became. Do y'all hear me? We wasn't each other's ideal, but we became. It's almost like buying a piece of land. When you buy a piece of land, you go get somebody to build a blueprint of an infrastructure of a beautiful house that you dream of. My wife and I had the foundation, right? But it was from there we had to build, and we became that beautiful house that we needed to be for each other. Most of y'all trying to look for stuff that is unrealistic instead of doing life with somebody to become. Stop Russian roulette dating. Stop Russian roulette dating. Stop Russian roulette dating. Y'all know what Russian roulette means? You're gambling with your life. You gambling with your life. Stop Russian roulette dating. If you're talking to somebody right now, stop trying to have sex with them and get into here. Get into here. You can find out a lot about a person, whether they are the one you're supposed to be with or the one you're supposed to reject, by just having a conversation with them. I'm going to say that again. You could find out a lot about a person if you just stop trying to have sex with them and thinking with your private parts and just have a conversation with them. You could find out whether they are the one you're supposed to accept or reject. I'm preaching better than y'all hitting up that like. I should be at 20,000 likes by now. I should be at 20,000 likes by now, the way I'm preaching. Y'all getting this game for free. I charge people a lot of money for this stuff. I should be at 20,000 likes. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all only respect ignorance. Because if I was one of these man affairs dudes, they be having 100,000 likes. If I were the sprinkle lady, she'd have 1 million likes by now. And they dividing y'all. I'm bringing us together. Come on. Hey, if y'all want to, if y'all want to jump into the box, y'all more than welcome. We can have a decent conversation. I don't bite, y'all. We can have a decent conversation and jump into the box, and and I want some sisters. I love to hear my sisters out, so I'll be able to help my sisters strategize. The Bible says a man who finds a wife finds a good thing. So I'm a firm believer in dating and where you want your man to be. I'm a firm believer in that. In dating and finding a person where you expect them to be. Not in, if you like a club, then that's your thing. If you like church, then that's your thing. If you like golfing, then that's your thing. You know what I mean? If it's video, if whatever it is, I believe in proximity dating. I'm a firm believer in proximity dating because I enjoy seeing people in healthy relationships. Now, when I mean by healthy relationships, right, it's a balance of good and bad times. A good relationship is a balance between good and bad times. Y'all gotta stop letting people make y'all think that once you get into a relationship, everything is gonna be rainbows and butterflies. It's times that my wife couldn't stand me. And as a matter of fact, I'm sure if we would have broke up, she can probably get on here and make a whole page about me being toxic. Because I am toxic in certain areas. I'm getting better though. I've gotten better. But guess what? On the flip side of that, I can get on the internet and talk about how toxic she is. Yeah. I can make a whole podcast about how toxic she is. But she got better. She got better because we communicated. We communicate with each other and we became. We're working. We still a work in progress. And guess what? When we 60, 70, we still going to be a work in progress. That's how life works. Life works about being a work in progress all the days of your life. Nobody, you would never find out one relationship where they hit the 100% mark. And if they did, they probably did. Because that's when relationships is complete. Dude, so and that if you come into men and women, we come into that mindset as I want to become the best partner I could for you. Because everybody have different likes and case in point. Here's the thing. Your last relationship, right? You cannot bring the stuff that your last partner liked into your current relationship. I'm going to say that again. You cannot bring what your ex liked into your current relationship. Y'all want me to y'all want me to give an example? I'm going to give an example. Without being too graphic, right? What if your ex liked you to do a certain sexual thing to her, and that's what she liked? But then when you with your new partner or your new spouse, you try to do that same thing you did to your ex to your new, and they don't like it too much. They don't like it, but they like it in a different spot. You start doing that different thing to that partner. Now you have became what that partner needed from you. See, a lot of us is still doing the same stuff we did with our ex with our current, and we expecting them to appreciate it because our ex appreciate it. And that's where you're going wrong as well. You have to study the partner you with. You have to study that person you with and do life with them. It's a progress. It's a series of exchanges and assisting. Exchange, assist. Exchange, assist. I emphasize that exchange and assist because that's how relationships work. It's a give and take. It's the circle of life. Give and take, give and take, give and take, give and take. Got to keep striving and surviving. Exactly. That's why I don't believe people fall out of love. I don't believe in the concept of falling out of love. I don't. Now the reason why I don't believe in it now I'm not talking about abuse. If somebody's being abusive, physically, That's different. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about let's say you've been with your partner 10, 20, 20 years, 25 years. And now you just feel like you're not connected no more. I believe you're not connected because you allow the connection to go bad. Sometimes you got to treat your connection like the Wi-Fi connection. It could be on for so long, and then sometimes you got to unplug it for 13 seconds and then plug it right back in, and now the connection is strong. I believe that's how a lot of people just need to do in their relationship. Sometimes you just need to disconnect, not disconnect from the relationship, but just take some time to yourself to disconnect and then get plugged back in. And then you're going to find out that same person you fell in love with on that day one is that same person 25 years later. Real rap. Trust me, I've been with the same woman for 28 years. And I'll be lying to you if I told you that at some point in our relationship, I couldn't stand her. And she'll tell you the same thing about me. At some point in our relationship, in this 28-year relationship, she couldn't stand me. She could tell you that, and I could tell you that too. But the moment, and it both happened at different times in our relationship. It happened and the longest period of time was about 4 or 5 years where we couldn't stand each other until we went to marriage counseling and we got it right. Now that's been about 13 years ago. Now we inseparable. You can't get us apart. You see what I'm saying? Because once you get over that hump, you rekindle, and the relationship actually becomes stronger because now you see the value of that person, and now you realize no matter what we go through, I can't live my life without her. And now I can't even another woman. I can't, man. I don't want to start over with another woman. I don't have the patience at this time of my life to try to get to know another woman the way I know my wife. I'm gonna be honest. It'd be hard for me to date in this climate because it is work. It takes work, and then trying to find somebody else who's gonna be committed to that work. When we live in a culture of people that's this microwave culture, everybody want things instantly. They want a partner that's gonna be instantly the part 100%, which is virtually impossible because everybody is dealing with some type of trauma or hurt, and we expect everybody to be instantly healed when we get them. That's insanity. That's insanity. Hold on. I appreciate you. Man, I ain't been ignoring y'all, man. My bad, because I got the camera here and the computer here, so I'm trying to see, everything. Let me go through some of the comments, man. Let me get to some of the comments. It took 4 years of breakup with my toxic girlfriend. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. So true. I don't even want to start a relationship. I'm not trying to lose my freedom. Well, it's not I don't know about that. Freedom is subjective. How you feel like if you're in a relationship, if you feel like if you're in a relationship, you're in jail. If you feel like you in captivity, if you're in a relationship, then yeah, you shouldn't be in no relationship because you shouldn't feel like you're trapped in a relationship. I don't feel like I'm trapped, but I'm dedicated to my wife. I'm comfortable, with being in her presence. I appreciate it, man. I try to keep it a buck, man. I try to bring simple, rational thinking to all these conversations. That's it. And stop projecting, well, if men was this and then if women was that. And I'm like, yo, stop projecting. Why are you worrying about what men is doing? Worry about you. When I'm tightening up myself, I'm not worrying about what other people are doing. I got to focus on my growth. I don't care what all men is doing. What all men do doesn't make me dumb. I focus on my growth. I focus on what I can do for myself. Because while other men are broken and other women are broken and toxic, if I gotta be the only one out here healed, whole, delivered, and blessed, then guess what? I'm gonna be the only one out here because I ain't worried about their toxicity. And that's the same thing I tell my sisters. Y'all better stop listening to these women on these social media. They're gonna have y'all single for the rest of your life, thinking of because y'all, is a lot of this stuff is unrealistic expectation. Like this one sister when I was on the panel earlier today was saying black men need to start getting more educated, and I'm like, what education got to do with it? If a man ain't trying to be no doctor or no lawyer, who cares about education? Like, like you could start business. It's people that got regular businesses that make more money than people who got educations. You accumulate in debt. You want to accumulate a bunch of debt just to make $20 an hour. You do know that, right? The average RN, registered nurse, who just fresh out of med school, it takes them 5 years to start making about $30 an hour. And sometimes they said in between 5 to 7 years. It takes them 5 to 7 years to start making $30 an hour. And they just accumulated over $100,000 in debt. Yeah. But if that's what y'all want to do, then do it. By all means. But education ain't everything. I believe you should be educated. I'm not talking bad about education. No, I believe you should be educated. You should have some level of intelligence. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is your education should not be your identity. Your education should not be a prerequisite of your dating life. Period. Now, I understand the sister said, well, you could tell a lot about a man by how educated he is and how he's going to be able to provide. I said, that's not true. My brother-in-law, case in point, he don't have college degree. He started his own construction company. Now he's making $500,000 a year. And he just learned simple trades. He just learned simple trades. And now he's making more money than a lot of people who's educated, making $25 an hour and still got to pay back $150,000 in student loan debt. You see what I'm saying? So education is subjective. Depends on what you want to be. I do believe people, if you want to be a doctor or anything in the medical field, I do believe you need to go to school to study the body and learn, that stuff. So you will be able to better take care of people. If you're going to study anything law, you should go to school to be a law, to understand the law, to be able to represent people. But outside of that, really, what do you need education for? Oh, there go my sister Diamond. What's up, Diamond? Let me get to some of these comments. Let me get to some of these comments, y'all. Because I've been blabbing. I'm surprised I ain't had no guests up here. Some of y'all welcome to come up, man. You're welcome to come up. I ain't gonna bite you. I ain't gonna be. I do believe that a lot of men should focus on getting trades. Yeah, this thing about this. People got electricity in their houses. Houses is always being built every day. Electrician, you can be an electrician. You can be an HVAC, plumbing. All this stuff is necessary for everyday life. And these men could anything dealing with construction, painting, all that stuff, utilities, and a lot of these dudes make over $100,000 a year. And then I remember the one sister said she won't even date a dude that does that stuff. Everything ain't about being a corporate life. And I think a lot of these sisters got their mind on men that's in corporate life. Like, and they want these corporate dudes. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm a corporate dude. I work in corporate America. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong. Have your standard. That's cool. You want a corporate clean cut dude? That's cool. I'm a corporate dude. I don't look like it right now, but ain't nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot of other men out here that's making good money in all these other trades. Yeah, a lot of men and women want people, unfortunately, um, unfortunately, I believe a lot of men and women want peasants. They don't want partnerships. That's why I only think every time you hear I want a man who can make all this certain amount of money. If you want a man that can make all this certain amount of money, what is it that you going to help him do? Do you know how to help a man when he's making that certain amount of money? Can you be a partner to that man, or are you, or is it that you just want to leech off his wealth and get and suck the life out of him, his resources, and then when he can't do it no more, you leave him for the next man and start calling him all toxics, this, that, and the third, because he's trying to cut back because now he can't afford you no more. Case in point, y'all know that lady off of Real Housewives of Atlanta, Kim something, and her husband, their house just got they Rolls Royces and all that stuff just got repoed, and the house got foreclosed upon, and now she's divorcing him because she pretty much sucked the life out of him. Sucked the life out of his resources. Y'all seen that, right? Me personally, that's why I refuse. I refuse. I mean, I'm glad I'm married now. I would not date a woman if she just want I can tell if she just want me around just because I can provide a certain lifestyle. I can tell. I just want out my now. Now it's different for the athletes, of course, because a lot of the stuff these women is projecting is the stuff that they see in these Real Housewives of Atlanta and LA and all them. It's different for them because their husbands are athletes and they was getting tens of millions of dollars at a time. So it's different. They could provide a lifestyle where you can give this woman $10,000. They can do that because they getting $10 and $20 million a year. But that's not the everyday man. So it's time for y'all to will it in a little bit and come on back down to reality. Come on back down to ground level. Because these Real Housewives and all these people, at the end of the day, they can't do it. What's up, Duchess? You was up there too, Duchess. Come on up. Let's talk, Duchess. Because I was in that live, you was in there. We was in that live, Duchess. Let's come on up, Duchess. I wanna talk. We need to have this conversation because I feel like I wasn't given a fair chance to talk, and a lot of my points I was getting cut off, and y'all didn't let me land the plane, so to say. You said that John got shut down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you must be from Philly, Duchess. I'm from Philly. We, you know what I mean? We talked that Philly talk. You said that John got shut down. You must be from Philly, Duchess. You must be from Philly because I'm from Philly. And you already know we talk that John. You know what I mean? We say that John. I already know. I'm from Philly. I'm from Southwest. I'm from Southwest, Duchess. They wouldn't let me will it in. I kept getting cut off. Duchess was in there in that live I was at. They wouldn't let me will it in. He wouldn't let me will it in. And it was sad because I understood those sisters' heart. Oh, you from 52nd and Market? That's West Philly. Okay. I used to be up the Deuce all the time. The Deuce is like Canal Street in New York. That's when you go get all the knockoffs. Oh, all right. I used to live on Woodland Avenue. Right off of 65th and Woodland. Right there by the police station. But I'm from 59th and Warrington, right off of Cobb's Creek. That's where I live in Georgia now. I live in Atlanta now, but yeah, I mean that's where I'm from the city. I'm from the city of brotherly love. Y'all already know. Both me and my wife from Philly. I got me a Philly John. A lot of people, let me tell you something. It's two type of women out there I don't think most men can handle. There's two type of women out there that I don't think men can handle. Philly chicks and Brooklyn chicks. Real rap. We probably need to do a poll on that. It's two type of women that I don't think a lot of men can handle. It's Philly chicks and Brooklyn chicks. Brooklyn, New York, I'm talking, y'all. I'm telling y'all. But yeah, man, I would love, Duchess, I would love for you to come up, man, because you said, why you say? I tell you what, because Philly women are aggressive and Brooklyn women are aggressive. But that's their that's if you from them areas, you know it. Like I said, my wife is one of them. My wife is aggressive. A lot of men probably couldn't handle the way my wife talk. They're like, man, but it's not disrespectful to me. To me, because I talk the same way. And that's where we from. So like it's different. It's different. You said nobody want New York chicks, even the New Yorkers. That's not true. But a lot of Philly women say the same thing. But nah, that's not true. You said Cameron said never. Oh, Cameron said he had never dated a New York chick. Oh, that's what Cam said that? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cameron said he had never dated a NY chick. That's funny. What's up, Duchess?
Oh, hold up real quick. I got to get my headphones up. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
right here. I just know it's going to be noisy.
Oh, Mr. said he'd take an NY chick. Man, listen. But let me tell you something about them, right? Them Philly chicks and them Brooklyn chicks is probably the most loyal chicks. Real rap. Real rap. They the most loyal. They aggressive. They get at you. But they're loyal.
But once you get past the barriers,
yes.
Then I call myself the attack dog of my family all the time because I'm like, listen, like,
yeah,
what's me is me, and so we get into stuff, but don't come after my man.
Exactly. Let me tell you what happened. Right. I mean, I gotta give y'all a quick story time, just real quick. Y'all bear with me, man. One time, my wife she like, man, she wanted some Popeyes, right? So I'm like, all right, we're going to go to Popeyes. We drove to Popeyes. It was like, I think it was like around 8 o'clock at night, somewhere around that time. And we went to Popeyes. I went in there. I jumped right on now. I forgot to put my gun because I keep my gun like on the side.
Pium pium. Pium pium.
So yeah, the pium pium. So I had my John on me, and I forgot I started walking in there, but I didn't realize I had it on me, and it was like 3 dudes outside there, right? And the one dude asked me for $2. And I'm like, nah, I ain't got it. I'm like, my bad, I ain't got it. You know what I mean? I'm just going to grab my girl something to eat. Because she was my girl at the time. She wasn't my wife. She was my girl. And I go in there, and I turn around. My wife right behind me. And she had the joint in her purse and handed it to me. And I'm like, why you do that? And she said, I saw a dude saying something to you. I thought, it was something about to go down. I said, oh, nah, he asked me for $2. My wife was ready to get, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about right there. Because she ain't just sit in the car and tuck. She got out the car. I look behind me. She right behind me with the joint ski. You see what I'm saying? Man. See, that's why I said, man, if y'all can get past the aggressiveness of these Philly and Brooklyn chicks, man, you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Well, that's where I can't help but and you know where I'm from. So yeah. It's hard when I hear people say things like, oh, she say she don't need me, then it's like the quickest thing to get you to run. And I'm like,
yeah. Nah, somebody said she was ready to get you locked up. She wasn't ready to get locked. I'm licensed to carry. I'm licensed to carry my gun. So I wasn't gonna get locked up. No, everything is legal.
They gonna shut you down.
Yeah, nah, she wasn't. No, she was protecting. She was protecting me because she didn't know what them dudes was saying. And I had to tell her, like, nah, he asked me for $2. That's it. Nah, she was ready to jump off if need be. But that's a little war story. But yeah, man.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, man. So you was on the live I was on earlier today, right? Mm-hmm. And I was just trying to bring nuance and balance to the conversation. And I noticed that a lot of the sisters just kept on getting aggressive. But they started agreeing with that African guy. Now, the reason why I said he's not qualified to talk about that because his demographic of women qualifications over there in Africa is totally different than this Americanized woman. Now, can we agree with that?
What's different about it?
Oh, because their expectations for providing is totally different. Totally different. Because a sister over here expect a man to make a certain amount. These sisters over there in Africa don't have that type of mindset because these countries is not even fully developed yet. Now they developed, they are developed, they are functioning countries now. And this only happened within the last 20 years. Now I love history, so I'm always reading up on this stuff.
Yeah, but the premise that he was talking about was providing resources. And that's the same across the board, no matter where you go. And I mean, listen, that might level to be something different depending on where you go, but nonetheless, it's still a providing of resources. So that's why we were saying he can speak on this, because it might not literally be, getting the US dollar amount. It's still providing and getting resources.
I understand what you're saying, but let's say I owned a house and I work at UPS. I make my bills do what it do, and I have all that stuff. That's providing resources. But these sisters was talking about a man having more than that. Let's say I'm a man that I have a job. I may not have a bunch of money in my savings account, but I have a 401k. I own my house and I own my car. Life is sustainable. You see what I'm saying? These women was talking about he got to be able to change her life where she don't have to work or do anything.
Well, I think it's. Well, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
No, I think there's a difference, because I mean, I might have joined in late, so I didn't hear much of that part being said, but yeah. I will admit that. But at the same time, when men go to talking about they want a woman to be traditional, cook, clean, be their helpmate in a certain sense, and be there for them in the way that they like. Yeah, you do have to be able to provide that.
Absolutely, I agree. I totally agree with that.
I mean, and I think where when I joined in and where I started seeing things get sidetracked is when we were talking about people being able to sustain even a date. And realistically speaking, at least even here in America, men are asking women out because, are we in agreement that women are a resource to men?
My man Jay Boogie in the house. Go ahead, my bad. I was just shouting out one of my homies.
No, I'm asking.
Now, what was your question? I'm sorry.
Do we believe that women are a resource to men?
A resource? I don't believe that. Because like, why would any man look at a woman as a resource? To what? Like, what is she providing for him to be a resource? For her to be a resource.
As simple as motivation. It can simply be a level of competition that men eager to get. It could be just sex that he can regularly get from that woman. And I mean, men always say that their sex drive is different from women. So being able to, have that regularly and not have to go out and get it all the time, there's some value there.
Now, it depends on how you look at it, because sex is a relational. It shouldn't be merely whether if he's providing a certain amount of money, whether you want to give it to him or not. Sex is the relationship part of situation. If that's the arrangement that they have, or if she should have knew he was, she knew he lived at his mama house, right? If she's still opening up her legs to him, and she knew that every time she picked him up in her car, he was at his mama house and he didn't have adequate transportation to get her, and she's still opening up to give to him, who's really to blame?
Well, that's kind of my point, is that men will go above and beyond in order to get that thing. So I'm not putting a level on it, but what I'm saying is it's really important to men. Therefore, women have that thing, which is why it can be a very transactional relationship, which we see with sugar daddy relationships, or it can be lifelong, which of course, this is the basics of what we're talking about. I'm not negating every other interaction and transaction that happens within the relationship. Mm-hmm. But realistically speaking, these are the baseline things that men and women are kind of working together for, because now, people want to pop. Oh, go ahead.
Would you say that you more of a partner to your husband, or do you look at your husband as he's supposed to do everything you say?
No, I would say that we're a partnership, but within that partnership, I would definitely still say that we individually have certain things that we each bring, and because we both value different things. Mm-hmm. I think men and women altogether value things differently. Mm-hmm. Like, more than likely, you'll find women who can go without sex. Mm-hmm. They'll live without it. Like,
most women could. Most women could.
Yeah, it's not on the, and it's not to say that we all have to value things the same, but we value different things. So and that's what a transaction is, the trading of values. Mm-hmm. So if you value this thing, I should be able to give it, and in return, I should be able to get something.
Now, but then, see, I guess I look at it different. I don't want to look at my wife me personally, that's just me. Now, I can't speak for every man. I'm only going to speak for myself. Mm-hmm. I don't want to have to feel like I'm paying for my wife to have sex with me. Sex is a relational part. Saying that. Like, sex is a relational part of me. I want her to want me just as much as I want her sexually. So
correct. Look at the way you said that, ma'am. You're weaponizing that. Not intentionally, but look at how you describe that. You're weaponizing that. And it stinks. Me? No, her.
Oh. I'm about to say, because personally, like, I'm not into the casual, not casual. I'm not into the progressive, just laying around. I'm a connection person. That's just me. When I lay down with my wife, I want her to have that same energetic feeling I have towards her, and I don't want that to be an exchange far as, okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep this money rolling in as long as she keep the booty, you know what I mean, coming. Yeah, I don't want that's just me. I don't want to do that.
I didn't say it. I said I'm just communicating what baselines are. I'm not saying that this is the overall.
That's how you described it, though, man. That's what I was just saying.
Because I'm communicating baseline, and that's I'm going to repeat it over and over again. I'm communicating baseline ideas. I'm not saying that your whole relationship is surrounded by that.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of women weaponize that, and that's the way that men see it, regardless on how
they're... Is it weaponizing if it's something that you value, and it can be broken down as transactional. And if it's mutually beneficial, I say if you have the lane, and if you want to go down it, you have the ability to say, hey, I have something that they are willing to pay for. Yes. Let me do that. That's fully capable. Some of us don't. I'm engaged to be married. I also don't operate that way either, but I'm just saying that these are baseline things where.
So I see what you're saying. So what you're pretty much saying that it should be. I'm gonna let you go, Hollywood. Hold on, but let me say this real quick. So I understand what she's saying. If that's the motives, that should be something that should be discussed in the beginning. Right. So if you just want to lay it down and spray it down, and I want a couple dollars, that should just be our agreement from the beginning. That's pretty much
absolutely, because then I think that's where, the live that we was in earlier, that's when you start going down the lane of what are you dating for? Yes. Like, when you get married, do you want to have children? There has to be some level of trust on one level or another, and you can't just be thinking with one head, men and women. You can't. If you want to create longevity, if you want generational wealth, all of these things still have to come into play. But realistically, you'd be foolish or ignorant or naive to assume that there aren't people out here that will use that and say, like, they're trying to get something, the path of least resistance. Yes, and there are some people that do not have this idea in their brain. So if a woman is at mandatory saying, listen, you should at least be able to pay for a date.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Is that... Now, I've been out the game for a minute. Is that where we at? Men can't hardly pay for a date?
Hey, no.
Hold on. Splitting the bill if the woman don't go home with him.
Let me reiterate exactly, and I'll let you guys both know what's going on with the real dating world out here, so you guys know exactly what's happening. So it's not, men right now are mad or upset at women because realistically, most of them have a roster. I'm not saying every woman, a lot of them do. So what men's thought process nowadays is like, why am I going to go out and spend money on this woman when she could possibly be talking to all these other guys? So it's like, why am I going to invest my money on this woman when we know for a fact that she's talking to several other dudes? So that's the mentality on where men are at nowadays.
But isn't that?
I mean, it's competition.
But I'm gonna say this. Exactly. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Because
no, either.
Now I'm gonna say this. Now, if I was a single man, I'm gonna be honest. I would tell a woman, listen, I am trying to find a life partner, right? You're not the only one, but I want you to understand this. If I'm not having sex with you and I'm not having sex with them, I don't want you to intervene with nothing because I ain't touching you. See, I think where it gets,
to look through my phone. You don't get to dictate.
You don't get to do nothing because, and that's the reason why I say men should not be having sex with these women, because now, if she's dating to find a lifelong partner and she done gave her body to you, now she feel obligated to be that one. Now, if that man didn't make that clear that he didn't want her to be that one, but she still gave him her body, they both at fault. But she should have been more open and say, listen, I'm trying to find me a husband. I want a lifelong partner. If I'm gonna open up my legs to you and we're gonna do this, I need to know you just as committed in this relationship as I am.
Well, and you know what easy way to filter that out is by requiring something as simple as paying for a date. And realistically, I tell people all the time, it's just the trash taking itself out. Because if a man's going to try to get something out of you that, like giving up the body, then yeah, I think you should be able to say, all right, well, I get a free meal out of that.
Well, and you know what? I'm going to let Sincere go real quick. But Sincere, before you go, you're right. You're absolutely right. At minimum, if you're going to go out, pay for the date. And if she ain't the one, and if she ain't the one, for some men, the paying for a little date ain't nothing. You can take that. They throw more money in a strip club. So go ahead. You can take that little date money, but we ain't going on another one. You see what I'm saying? And some men, they might be like, oh, she ain't giving them skins tonight, and he'll get petty and not pay for the date. I think that's corny.
It is, and you're exactly
you was better off going. Yeah, you should have just went to go buy a prostitute for all that.
Right, and I'm just telling you the thought process of a lot of men, but you both are 100% right. It's like, if you're going to go out there, you need to be. It is a competition. You have to be able to put your best foot forward.
Well, actually, it's not a competition.
Hold on, Sincere. Go. Let Hollywood finish. Then, Sincere, you can go up.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So okay. Let me reiterate that. Not exactly a competition. You just have to be able to show that you're putting your best foot forward. And if that woman decides to keep you or decides to value your time, she's going to call you back. She'll be like, hey, I've been out with several of the guys. You guys aren't exclusive. There's nothing wrong with what she's doing. A lot of guys do find that offensive, but it works both ways. To me, myself, I'm just like, hey, if she's out with other guys, I'm not going to get mad at her. It's like, she's doing her thing just like I am me. To a man's job to me is, buy that woman, like you guys said, it's something as simple as buying dinner, get to know her. It's your decision as well as hers. If you don't decide to go on another date, it's like, I wasn't feeling it. And I think it is petty for guys to not even be like, hey, dude, I'll buy this girl dinner. It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, you're having a casual conversation to get to know somebody. But most men are not seeing it that way. They're like free meals for all these girls. And they feel like they're wasting their time, and they go out and they're not getting anything about it. And they're like, that's what their mentality is.
Hold on. I like what Cammy just said. Cammy said courting is bonding and investing. I agree with that 100%. That's why I say it's nothing wrong with having a roster if you're not having sex with them, because now you're technically courting a person and investing time to see which one is going to be the one that, because at the end of the day, that's why I say stop rushing roulette dating. Because if let's say if you're dating 3 women, right? Let's say, and you got to be open and transparent. They say, listen, I got 2 other women that I'm dating, and but I'm not having sex with any of them. I'm trying to find a lifelong partner. I would love for it to be you, but it's just certain things that we have to I have to get in your head to see where you're at. So I'll be, and I would advise you to do the same thing. I hope I ain't the only one. I hope you ain't putting all your eggs in the basket with me, because you might not, I might not be the one for you, and we both could be wasting each other's time.
Hey, Shannon, I'm glad that you want to sit here and smash me on social media when you don't know a thing about me.
Go ahead, Sincere. Sincere, you're welcome.
Yeah, what's good, bro? By the way, I'm saying what's good to you. What's good, tribe?
What's going on, man? Ain't nothing. Just chilling. Causing a little bit of trouble on the internet. That's it.
Facts. I like to say, I'm a single bachelor. You know what I mean? My funds is pretty good. I ain't worried about nothing. I got good credit. You know what I mean? My son, 18, he about to go to college, so I'm super in the dating world in a way that I see it from an inside perspective. Mm-hmm. And I think the problem is that throughout time, what's going on is that a lot of men like me, it's either we looked at as a come up or we looked at as just another person spending money on them. And let's say if a woman go meet a man, right? We already know a lot of men trying to talk to women, but women already know most of the time as soon as they meet a man if they're going to deal with him or not. They can say they don't, but they have good intuition. They're not stupid. They know as soon as they meet, they know. So then basically, let's just say if this is like the 8th date she done been on. So men basically, we at the point where and then women got money. Like you got money. And then it's just like everything that's going on in the world and everything that's happening to men and with everything going on, we ain't getting no sympathy on anything. I really don't like that too much. I really don't like that because last time I checked, I didn't see no women lose no jobs when the virus hit. I didn't see women. Actually, I see women get grants, more everything, more this and more that.
But I don't think. I don't want this to turn into a man versus women and women having this.
No, it's not a man versus women. I just think people should just go out and it shouldn't matter who pay for it.
Now,
whoever's in a better situation should pay for it. That's what I think.
I'm gonna say
whoever is better. She got more, she paid for it.
But on a date, on a first date, you want to know whether she got more or less than you, because those are conversations. As a man, I'm not worrying about how much money a woman got. I'm a pocket watch myself. I ain't worried about how much money a woman got. If I have interest in you, we gonna date.
Well, you've been married a long time. Things is a lot different. I understand y'all opinion, but things don't stay the same. And
but realistically speaking,
and rules change. So when people change, rules change.
Now, but understand that.
And
but
women
think about
have
this.
changed. So the rules change.
But I'm gonna say this. I don't care. As a man, you say you got a little bit.
As a man, change. What you mean? It's men outside right now. They got purses, guns. We got little kids with guns, and then we don't even see niggas lifting weights on the block no more. Most men going to jail. Everything in the world is different. So since everything is different, the rules are different.
Shannon says she split every date 50-50, and it's an interview.
Ain't nothing wrong with
that.
That's cool.
Now, as a man, no,
for you that's cool.
No, hold on, for you that's cool. For me, that's not.
I don't want to spend money on no stranger.
But let me say this.
Listen, realistically.
Now, let me say this. I don't care for a woman to show me what she got. That's just me. That's just me. I mean, I guess I'm old school. You ain't got to show me what you got. Only thing that I require. I know I'm married and I'm speaking and I'm probably projecting myself. But only thing I require is for you to be mentally ready to be in a committed relationship and not projecting your ex and the toxic stuff that they may have done, because we all have some type of toxicity with us in any way, in different ways. All I'm saying is we should be able to come together as one and don't worry about money. Don't worry about if you good, I'm good. Let's be good together and work on us connecting on that level. Stop. I think we talking too much about money.
Well, yeah, I guess the point that I'm trying to, listen, if you don't value women, then that's, a totally separate conversation. But if the topic is on dating, then if you are Is there something about women that makes you want to date women? Sincere, you specifically.
Was that a real question? Do you see why I don't want to pay for dates? Because a question
don't do
like that.
Answer a question though. Answer a question. Don't do that.
Just for the point that it's a question. Why would I want to pay for a date with a question like that? To even think of what kind of character, think of what kind of person you could be talking to that could hate women. In the first, who even thinks that a man hates women?
I didn't ask if you hate a woman. I said,
Miss, I'm about to tell you. I'm about to break something down to you. Every man on the face of this planet, ain't no man ever made a song in history that ever talk about hating women. The entire song. Most of our music talk about sex. I didn't mean to say that. Partnership, pew stuff, and loving women. If you listen to our music, excuse me, miss, if you listen to our music, we always express how we love and cherish women. And then 99% of the time, no matter how mad we get at a woman, we still know that it's bad for us to hit
you're not answering her question, though.
I'm just saying that's a very disgusting person. No, I don't have anything good with women, but a stranger is a stranger. I don't care if it's a woman or not. It's a stranger.
Nah, but you still no. She pretty much saying, do you have an issue with women that you don't want to pay on the first date?
No, not issue. I was saying, is there something with and that's my apologies because I had an alarm come on that cut it out. So you might have only heard part of it. And so I was asking if there's something about women that you value. What is it that makes you want to date women?
Oh, okay. Well, he's straight.
I guess it's something else to date. I guess I'm gonna date dogs and cats.
He's straight. That's what I said.
Or men.
Huh?
Or men.
Straight.
Nah. I like women. I love women.
So there's something that you value about women that would make you go to try to obtain a woman.
Yeah, because there's nothing else to have but a woman.
You could get a dog or a cat or another man. I mean, you could.
No, or
really
I can just be very selective and, which is working out pretty good for me.
Well, yeah, that's I guess my point is that the standards have got to be quite high because there aren't a lot of people that are very
now
selective.
I'm gonna say this. All right, now since we on the topic of who should pay on the dinner date, if the man, okay, all right, let's say the man want to pay on the dinner date, and he take you to Applebee's, the 20 for 20 special. I mean the 20.
When I was 20,
Applebee's
that would impress me.
It is.
I like Applebee's.
I live in Louisiana now. Applebee's is not something I would ever.
My last date was go-kart.
But hold on, but look, if he's dating you and he made the date to Applebee's, now you see how you would automatically just threw him in the dirt because of that?
I wouldn't throw him in the dirt. I wouldn't be interested in going.
But he's paying.
See, now I gotta find an expensive though. Now I gotta spend a certain amount of money. What if I'm going through something that week? Do you see why I don't spend money on strange women?
You don't have
That's
to
why
spend a specific
they're not
amount of money.
considerate
I
of
live
a
in
person's
Louisiana
current situation.
Hold on.
I'm doing what I can.
You can get good food.
If I can afford Applebee's this week, just be happy with it.
Hey man, shit. How about we go to the supermarket and get the damn groceries and make some shit? Like, god damn.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Stir up something.
Oh yeah, whoever cooked better. I don't know if
we arguing about some bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Hey, you might have. Hey, I know I just joined.
Near my house,
I know I just joined. Hold on, y'all.
At $3 a
pop,
and they are way better.
I know I just.
There you go.
I know I just joined, but let me just respond real quick. Let me just make sure to what I'm responding to first.
Okay.
So is the question paramount to our people?
Hey, mute up Hollywood because we're getting feedback. Now, what you say, big bro?
Is the question paramount to our people, brother?
Nah, race not real.
No. Hold up. Time out.
I don't date no snow bunnies.
No. Hold on. Let me say this. No disrespect to other coaches, but this is a black conversation. Black man conversation because this is this is an infighting that's going on within our community.
Correct.
So but there's no disrespect to no other cultures, but this is something.
I gotta drop and come back in a minute, but
okay, that's just come back, sister.
So being that is the case, and my humble opinion, I don't know if you saw the Dr. Umar video, brother.
I did.
But there ain't not, now. Let me tell you something, man. Like, a broke clock is right twice a day, and that brother, he ain't missed not one point. Dr. Umar was on point from beginning to the absolute last period at the end of his sentence.
Yeah.
He ain't say nothing wrong. And as black men, if we can accept that is the truth, we can look. I'll put it to you this way. You know how we say only men can raise boys, right? So if we use that analogy, and we've been using it forever and a day in our community, that brother is actually on point. Because if I'm able to say out of one side of my mouth, only I can raise a man, you can raise a son, but only I can turn him into a man, then what the brother is saying is that in order for black women not to have Pookie and Ray Ray, right? I hate to use those terms, but in order for black women not to have them brothers as options, it's up to us as black men in the community to not let that be an option. When we keep telling brothers, right, we keep telling, let me finish, brother. When we keep saying that sisters make poor choices, as black men, we do nothing to eliminate those poor choices, brother. We do nothing. We got more energy for each other. George Zimmerman still walking around. The killers of Breonna Taylor still walking around. We got more energy for each other. But we tap dance from 9 to 5. When Mr. Charlie say clock in at 9 o'clock, Negroes clock in. Jump all day to 5 o'clock. But as soon as you get home, or as soon as it's about black women, they want to hold you accountable. All of a sudden, we got all kind of smoke for them. Brother, we should have smoke for each other. Like, where the smoke at for me? If I'm a shitty ass dude, if I'm a misogynist, if I'm out there making other brothers look bad, they ain't down with the shits. Hold me accountable, bro. Why you ain't choke me up and get my shit together?
Let me tell you why I agree. It's because those are all facts, but it's partial. Because with accountability, everybody want black men to be accountable, right? Now, what accountability what accountability should be partnered with is responsibility. Now, if you want black men to be accountable, who's going to be responsible? Or how we're going to go about being responsible to make adequate change? Because if our sisters is still fighting against us, we're still fighting against the current. You ever try to swim against a crazy current? You're going to swim you're going to give it all your power going in one spot, but eventually you're going to get swept up under the current because the current always win.
Brother, you ain't saying not one lie, brother.
So yes, I believe the change should start with the men. And we should be working hard towards change. But why you think there's a reason why the government and society is trying hard to push our sisters above us to keep us oppressed? Because there is some very good voices such as Dr. Umar Johnson, and a certain platform they want to put him on because of the masculinity he presents. And you notice he never talked down on our sisters, but they would not put him in a space where he can talk directly to our sisters. And they do the same thing to me. So that's why it's hard when we swimming against the current. Because eventually we all go ahead.
Right. I'm sorry, brother. The one thing that I say to sisters, and I mean this full-throatedly so, is that if brothers like me, you, the brothers that are in here, we may disagree to some of the brothers that are in here, but I think we want the same end result. We just may see going about it 2 different ways.
Absolutely.
Okay, but at the end of the day, this is what I tell sisters. If you tell us to hold each other accountable and do a better do a better job at holding us responsible, then sister, you need to go sit your ass down somewhere and let us do it. Right? Because I can no more tell a woman how to wear a bra and what's comfortable than she could tell me how to be a man and how to raise a boy.
Absolutely.
Right? She could give me her opinion. She could tell me it don't look right. You know, it ain't the right color with the but she can't tell me what's comfortable on me and how it fits on me. So at the end of the day, all I ask is from our sisters is, sister, allow us to do what you said. And if we're not doing it, sister, well, damn it, go on, take your ass somewhere else. Because I absolutely agree that if I gave you a piss poor option, sister, you should have more than me.
Yes.
I shouldn't be your last option because you feel that you beholden to the black race. If you ain't got no options, sister, goddamn it.
Yep.
You don't want to be by yourself for the rest of your days.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. So this is why I provide a medium. I see my sister accountability coach in here. That she be getting on the sisters too. My sister ZZT in the building. What's up, my peoples? What's up, my people?
You gotta understand that too.
But that's why, man, I don't get. That's why I really don't get into the conversation.
You heard me?
Say that again?
Certain men like me, we stay away from a lot of women too. We could watch a woman from a distance and know if we want to.
But that's the thing.
That's what women got to understand. We always watching. Like, we see who you with, we see who you date, we see how many kids you have, and we take all of that into accountability before we even make ourselves presentable to you.
But that doesn't make that.
That's how it. I'm a single, successful man, and I'm in the dating world right now. And when I go to look at women, if I see a group of women that's a certain type of way, I'm gonna stay away from them.
How long you been single? How long you been single?
Ever since the last thing happened in my relationship, like 3 years.
3 years.
3 years. 3 years.
So,
4 years.
So you've been single 3 years. So out of those 3 years,
I think I'm about to not be single soon though, because I met somebody. She very nice.
Okay, that's what's up. Because I was about to hit you with a setup question. Because
yeah,
at some point, all women, just like I tell women, all men ain't the problem. Sometimes you the problem. Sometimes you the problem.
It's listen, young brother, you sound a little bit younger than me, man, and I'm never going to tell another black man how to breathe, right? Mm-hmm. But I will give you this advice, young brother. If
how old are you?
Receiving it, I'm 43.
All right, so we're not even dating the same type of women.
Yeah, I'm 43.
You're from an age of women where all of them can cook. I know women that got kids and can't cook.
Brother.
I'm just saying, though, that's the type of
woman
that I'm
let him drop his gem real quick. Let him drop his gem real quick.
Brother, hold on. My wife is 25. I just want to be clear.
Dang, God.
We are dating the same. Oh, I'm married, brother. I'm sorry, but I believe, first of all, this is the only piece of advice that I can give you, because when I met this sister, we both in the medical field. I'm a paramedic. She's a nurse. But before I met this sister, I was already a husband. I already carried myself like a husband. My character was that of a husband. My morals were led by me as a husband.
This is you thinking you know who I am.
No,
hold on, let him finish cooking, then you can go, Sincere.
Brother, hold on.
I was single by choice, yo.
Brother, let me finish, brother.
Hold on, let him finish it, then you can go, Sincere.
I think you're taking it personally. I'm not attacking why you single, brother. Not at all.
Because that's what everybody always say when a person say they single. Why I gotta be single?
Brother, let me finish. You may end up agreeing with me instead of just cutting me off. Hold on. I'm not attacking why you single, brother. Not at all. Right? You got your own justifications. You ain't got to go down explaining why you was single for 3 years. That's up to you, brother. All I'm saying is the mate that you looking for, right? Just like the brother said, you are tracking, right, what you put out, brother. So all I'm saying is if you looking for a wife long term, like if that's your end goal is to be somebody's husband, you got to carry yourself as such. If you walk around with boyfriend energy, you're going to always be one.
Yep.
Right. So that's all I'm saying, brother, is I presented myself to the world as a husband already, and I just didn't know my wife's name.
You want to know what's crazy? My last live, that was my
myself.
But Sincere, hold on real quick.
That he just said.
My last live was, are you a husband or a boyfriend? Now, if you don't know what a boyfriend is, or a lot of men know what a boyfriend is, but if you don't know what a husband is, then how can you expect a woman to be a wife to you if you don't even know what it is to be a husband to even get a wife? So it's important to know whether you are just a boy, or you might just be a boyfriend for the rest of your life quality type man. You know what I mean? And that might be the energy you giving off, and that's the women that you
I know, right? Because there has to be something wrong with me. It's not like it's not more kids than adults in America.
No, listen.
It's not, but it's crazy, bro. I hold women responsible. I'm not y'all.
Hold on. You showed me one king in history. You showed me one king in history who relegated or deflected any responsibility on anything, whether they wrong, right. You know how many wars started?
I'm not responsible.
You know how many wars started because of the queen and the husband still took responsibility to go to battle?
How stupid is that? It's called witchcraft.
No, it's not.
So what's witchcraft then?
Oh man,
witchcraft is making somebody do something
man,
that they wouldn't normally do. And if you making people kill themselves, just like that lady just did when that young man just threw his life away. He was 14 years old, and she's still out here and living life, probably gonna make another baby.
I actually did. I actually did a
witchcraft.
podcast. That was his mom, bruh.
That was his mom, bro.
That was his mom, bruh.
And if that was his mom, he should have told his mom, get out that man's face.
Ain't no man. I don't care. My
get
mom
out the
wrong.
man's face.
Hold on.
Why didn't he stop the situation?
Hold on, nah, bro. Let me say this.
Let him argue.
Hold on, no. I don't care if my mom wrong. If a man start punching my mom like that, I'm offing him too. Ain't no man gonna put his hands on my mom like that, man.
Where that 14-year-old boy at now?
Come on, man. I understand that.
Oh my God, bro.
Yo, come
where
on,
he at though?
Man.
This is why black women can't stand us, bro.
Nah, I said where he at and where he. No. Listen. I didn't say he shouldn't have did nothing.
Hey, listen.
I didn't say he shouldn't have did anything. I said he should have stopped the situation.
Stop it. He in Chicago. First of all, he in Chicago. If he'd have ran up a ball, who knew the ball he could have had a slam on him and killed him.
Bro, and you don't gotta run up. He could have said, "Mom."
That's his mom.
He just could have told his mom to walk away. That's all he could have to say.
No, the ball should have walked away.
We
That's
didn't
what
see
men
the
do.
situation. I know.
No, I actually did a report on it that
I know.
This dude,
well, it doesn't really matter.
Let me tell you what this man said. This man said, "Lady, get your food."
Die every day.
This man said, "Lady, get your food before I punch you before I knock you out." He said it 3 times. "Lady, get your food before I knock you out." And she was like, she said, "Son," she told her son to go to the car because she didn't want her son to get in trouble. And I would have stood there like any young boy would have stood there. Let me tell you something. You know, I ain't even gonna say it because I'd be incriminating myself. But hold on, but with all due respect,
why you single, bro.
With all due respect, I don't care. Listen, I don't deal with women. Me personally, I don't deal with women that I have to feel like I have to fight against, but I also don't talk about them because I'm a man. A man don't talk about women. Men don't make excuses for women. Men don't try. Look, you'll never hear me bring women up in my conversation derogatory because I know my position as a man. I don't even do that to men.
What? Even in the Bible, it talks about women. What?
And yes, the Bible talk about. Yes, the Bible talk. Yes,
when does the Bible talk about women?
The Bible kept your ancestors in slavery, Negro.
There is nothing good about women in history.
Hold on.
Nothing.
Hold on. Let me say this. I'm a preacher. I know the Bible. I'm a preacher. I'm a preacher.
So you know what it say about women then?
No. The Bible talks about wives.
No. I said what does it say about women? What women have done in history? What have they done?
And what portion of scripture?
Show me what you already should
know.
What portion of scripture?
I didn't read the Bible front to
back. All right,
I'm
gonna throw out a name before the Bible.
Okay.
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra is not in the Bible.
Cleopatra.
I said before the Bible. I know it's not, but everybody know who Cleopatra is.
Cleopatra
is
not
about it though.
Well, a person in the Bible I start with, I won't even say Jezebel. I'm gonna say Athena. And I'm going to say how they had a race of women that killed and enslaved men, a race of people who was never killed like they were supposed to be in the Bible, and they escaped. And then Cleopatra vanished to Rome and married Julius Caesar and sold all of our secrets. That's how they found out about our biological. That's how they found out about who we are.
That's why you single.
If you read the Bible is filled with women betraying us all through history, even in the Garden of Eden. What did Eve do? What did Eve do? She convinced Adam to do the wrong thing.
Hold on real quick.
Y'all ain't hearing me, man. Y'all not hearing me, yo.
Bro, can I speak? Can you mute yourself real quick? Thank you. All right, young bro. Look, the one thing I said earlier, I'm not going to attack another black man for his beliefs, right? But I'm going to be honest with you, young bro. The number one complaint from black women, seriously, bro, like remove your emotion. You feel me? Remove your emotion from it. Don't take it personally. Let me finish.
Bro, is anything you about to say in the Bible? That's my only question.
Let me finish talking,
Is anything you about to say in the Bible, or is it made up? That's all I got to say. That's all I want to know.
Let him finish, man. You got to let him finish. We're not going to turn this into... Yeah, we're not going to...
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. What I'm getting ready to say, young bro, is that black women, culturally, let's just take the last 10 years, bro. What they
you know what? By any means, hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you finish.
Sure.
I want to say, I want to make a disclosure. I'm a Bible preaching brother. I know the Bible. I ain't gonna. I'm in them scriptures. So if anybody say anything according to the scriptures, y'all going actually down my arena, and I'm gonna defend the Bible every time because I know the Bible. I read the Bible and I understand the Bible. So if you say anything out of line, I'm gonna feel obligated to defend what's in the actual scriptures instead, because I'm not gonna let nobody, twist the scriptures up. So I just want y'all to know that. So, but go
And
ahead.
I'm atheist, so you won't see me
All right.
speaking on the Bible. So
Okay,
by all means.
so again,
Respect.
and I mentioned it earlier. I kind of slipped it in there, where I basically said,
What's that?
Let me get off.
Hold on,
Bruh.
sincere. Let him go. Let him cook. Let him cook. And then
I'm a
you'll
Christian
go.
myself. I'm a Christian myself. I'm not. I wouldn't say as Christian as the pastor here, but I am a Christian. But the one thing I do not do is I do not use the Bible to weaponize my inaction of
Exactly.
our people. Okay,
The
Yes.
Bible is a weapon.
brother, let me finish, brother.
Stop,
If you can't
sincere.
have a conversation, which means it goes back and forth, let me know, bro.
Because you should know as a pastor, the
You're
Bible is a
Sincere,
emotional,
weapon.
bro.
sincere.
You're
He never
emotional.
said.
Let me finish,
Control.
bro. Let me
Hey,
finish,
Sim, you
bro.
got to stop, man. Let him finish, because
Okay.
we're never going to get to an open discussion if nobody
Right.
never get to complete what they're trying to say. Then because that's what happened to me in the last live. They didn't let me complete what I was trying to land, and then the conversation got all over the place. We got to let people, whether we agree or disagree, finish what they're saying so we can have a respectful rebuttal for it. So just let him finish what he about to say.
Okay, so what I was saying, brother, thank you for that, and thank you, sister. What I was saying is that as black women, one of their chief complaints is that they feel unprotected. Because the one thing we do well as black men is we get into a relationship with these sisters, and I say this all the time. We're not just with this sister, but she's not just with me. She's dating me and my ego, because it's clear that even in this conversation, ego is sitting right on somebody's lap talking for him, right? Ego just holding you down, brother. You can't even hear a word because your ego then slap the dog taste out your mouth and won't let you be a man, won't let you receive words like a man because your ego is hurt. But again, black women feel unprotected because of comments like saying that this young brother should not have done this. This is the problem. That brother did exactly. As a matter of fact, he should have shot that Negro as many times as many bullets was in that gun. You put your hands on my mama, brother, that is the last thing you will do. Okay? See, we do not mean by any means necessary. But I can tell you this, if a white cop bust your ass upside the head and we be marching, right? If we were treated unjustly in front of the white prosecutor, you'd be upset, right? If we be treated in front of unjustly in front of the white judge, you'd be upset thinking that you were treated differently. You would want the judge to hear your side of the story, right? Before he sends your ass to prison. But we don't shut up long enough to listen to what black women are saying. Because we stand there with our ego right in front of us as our attorney, as our representative. We don't know how to shut up as black men. This is the problem. The black women, like the brother said, we call ourselves kings. How many kings have you heard complain about the queen and do shit? How is it that we say we the head and we always looking down at our feet? Mm-hmm. That's why they want to leave us, brother. We worth leaving if we keep talking like this.
Now, but I also I understand sincere point of view too. There has to be balance. We can't us men can't always take the blame, but there's a way how to balance out the conversation. And you want to know how we balance out that conversation? Do what's right for your woman. I can't protect all women. I'm not trying to protect all women. The reason why I am not trying to protect all women is because if I lay down my life for another woman, who's going to take care of my woman?
Facts.
So I'm not every woman's protector. I'm not nobody's superhero. Because at the end of the day, you want me to be your superhero, but if I ask you to give me a cup of water, it's going to be, Negro, you get up and go get your own water. So if you're not reciprocating the love or protection that I need, I shouldn't be giving it to you. I should be comfortable when I'm in your presence if you want me to protect you properly. But if you don't have the mutual respect for me, don't expect me to protect you. You bugging. Because if I lay down my life for you, and now my wife and I'm the sole provider of my family, are you going to take up the responsibility to take care of my family? No. So I believe that if you want to protect women, Get you a black woman, marry her, and protect her. Period.
Simple.
That's simple.
It ain't quadriplegic algebra, brother. It ain't that complicated.
Yeah, it's not that complicated. And I'm sure any woman on here who have a man, on this podcast who have a man, is going to be daggone if she found out her man died protecting another woman. Because I could guarantee.
From Philly, I done told my man so many times he go to like insert himself in something. I'm like, get your ass in the house. Okay?
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
You all right. You are right, but it is sometimes it is now. I'm gonna be
obviously
honest.
Yeah, the exception don't make the rule. But,
there are situations, brother, where I just cannot. I cannot turn a blind eye if I see a sister in imminent.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying, brother. But I get what
There's
you're saying
differences.
fundamentally.
If a dude is raping a girl, let's say if we see scenario, if the dude is raping a girl, if he's raping, a sister, and he got a gun, I'm not helping her. I'm calling the police because there's no point of both of us dying.
Calling the police.
Now, if you want to call me a coward, call me a coward. But I'm going home to the woman who really needs me. Now, because I'm not a superhero. Now, if I had a gun and I seen him now and we standing off, then that's a different story. But if I'm weaponless and he has a weapon,
these are all like all the scenarios that like obviously the play-by-play is different when you can obviously see something happening, but on there's this macho kind of behavior that some women, I guess, expect men. Like, you hear a voice being raised, and it's like, nah.
Hey, listen. I am not the man of steel. So I'm not Superman. I'm not in the Matrix. I can't dodge bullets.
And I love Malcolm X, but I ain't Brother Malcolm. I need to go and get home.
And guess what? None of them brothers did that. You ain't gonna find no man. Now, I mean, you ain't gonna find no man out.
They got goons.
Like really, like how many men you really know laid down their life for another woman? That's what I'm saying. A lot of these conversations is unrealistic stuff. You see what I'm saying? Now, I could tell you about a time when my sister boyfriend put hands on her, and me and my cousins beat him up.
That's strategic.
But let me tell you one thing we never did after that. She went back to him.
Oh.
And guess what? She, but
there's a lot of
you see what I'm saying?
Like that. There's a lot of
so she went back to him, and because she, I don't want to talk too much about that because my sister passed away, but not because of that, but
I'm sorry.
But,
my condolences, brother.
Say that again.
Said my condolences about your sister.
Okay, yeah,
man. Condolences, brother.
Yeah, man, appreciate that.
No, nobody's victim blaming. We're just speaking about
nobody's victim blaming
because. Sister, so let me just sum up. I'm sorry, brother. Let me just sum up. If you just got in here, what we were saying, sister, basically, in the premise is, it's my obligation as your man to make it back to you, right? So that I can protect and provide and continue to do the things that you entered into my life to do. Right? Mm-hmm. You didn't enter into my life to have a substitute once my body's in the morgue, right? You expect me to make it back home. But what we are saying is that as black men, there are some circumstances in which we would pray you understand that, just like I would pray if a brother saw my daughters out there in imminent danger, the brother would do something to distract, intervene, something. Mm-hmm. We are saying there are some circumstances where we would hope our women understand that we just we couldn't turn a blind eye, but our goal is to make it back to you.
Yes and I don't expect my wife to do anything like that neither. I think
that's hard to say with a Philly girl.
So
so
I'm from not to interrupt, brother and sister, but I'm from South Central Los Angeles, right? Mm-hmm. Figueroa Way, right? Mm-hmm. And so a couple years back, when there was high propaganda of our brothers and sisters being unalived in the media, and it was just continuous every 5 minutes. You know, it was like the OJ trial '94. It's just you can't turn on no channel without seeing it. And even though we know this has been happening for hundreds of years, it was just being the propaganda on it was just being so forced that even my children, my teenage children now, were approaching me and they were worrying and they had these questions. And so we, at that time, I was married. I had to actually sit down and divulge a family plan. We had to have a sit down. And me and my ex-wife both carried, right? Um, but we always had the discussion that if we were ever in traffic, you know, had to get with each other and or had the kids or were by ourselves, and we saw it was I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a CHP officer on the side of the freeway that was um, putting his hands on a woman, sister, and he was just going to town on her. So in the video went viral and whatnot, and we saw that. And so we had made a decision that, hey, you know, if you know, and I told her, you know, if I see something like that, I can't just keep driving. Right? And she looked at me. She said, "I know." And so from that point, we had kind of prepared ourselves to, you know, if you got to drop me off, go take the kids, spin the block. You know, if we ever saw something like that, then, you know, I would have to get out. And she understood. She understood that there has to be some type of point where our people practice selflessness and
I
not
agree.
selfishness.
I
Now,
agree.
it's
I
very
actually had
important not to put ourselves in
crazy danger.
purposely
If
in
if if
dangerous
if if
situations.
if, if
You know, if
you
you're
don't
if
mind,
I
real
see a
quick,
sister arguing with an officer and she just
right?
got the neck moving and he's this and that, and I'm not saying that she's owed anything. Nobody is owed any wrongdoing. But if it's that at that point, that, you know, most officers, not saying all officers, but most officers are civilized to understand when they're in danger and when they're just dealing with attitudes. I'm not gonna pull over and say, "Hey, stop yelling at her like that." But if I see inappropriate actions and somebody almost being unalive, I'm going to, especially one of my people, I'm going to have to make that decision to intervene, even at the cost of
If
my
you don't,
own.
if I can say something real quick, bro.
I respect your. I'm
If
gonna
I
let
can
you go.
say
I'm gonna let you
something
go
real
by the
quick,
means,
bro.
but let me say this real quick. I
Yes, sir.
respect that stance. I respect it. But it's very subjective to me. If I was there from beginning to end and I see the situation go left, that's different. But if I pop up on a situation and it's already in effect, it's going to be very hard for me to intervene because you don't know who may have initiated it. You see what I'm saying? So it's very
That's why you my
selective.
brother.
Right. But we also don't know when we're about to save a life. You remember that
I
video that
understand
went
it.
viral about those officers in New Jersey and New York that were messing with them little boys, about 7 to 8. One of them wearing
Yeah, yeah.
handcuffs, and those grown men came up like, "Hey, what are y'all?" And they were accusing the little boys of stealing, but nobody saw nothing. They had no proof, and they were harassing them and all that. If it wasn't for those brothers intervening, it could have been a different
Now that's what
situation.
I'm saying. Now that's
We had
different.
some recently with the lady in the chicken spot that just happened with her son, the 14-year-old and whatnot. There were a few men in that line. Now, how would
You
the
know what's
situation have
crazy?
gone if any
You
of
want to know
the
what's
men
crazy?
had? My bad, brother. Go
I
ahead.
just did a podcast on that on my YouTube page, and I said that some men in there that when he started hitting her, they got out of Dodge, but then you heard that pop. Her son,
Right.
I mean, her son did the business.
Now,
If I could just,
shortly before that, with any man on this panel, I don't care if we was at Little Caesars, Popeyes, Domino's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, even before it got to that point, wouldn't have any man on this panel stepped up and said, "Hey, you know what, brother? Look, I get it, but it ain't that serious. Come on, man.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
they
yeah,
parked up the
yeah. That's
street.
yeah,
yeah.
You know
Okay,
they'll be here
exactly.
in a
I
minute.
agree with
Yes,
that.
Hey,
I
you know,
agree with
no,
that.
yeah,
let's
yeah.
go.
What
By
Let's
the
happened?
get
time,
that
yeah, I think
because
everybody, here would have done that. But if I
Yeah.
can say something real quick, just about, I know I don't want to change the topic too much, man, but it is on this particular topic. And this is again, it's just my humble opinion, man. So don't nobody come for me. But the way now, okay, again, all scenarios are scenario based, right? To the individual situation, like we talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how we can draw a straight line from slavery to a lot of things that occur today. right? The lack of wanting. So basically, when female slaves would take the chance to run off on their own, and they would have to pass several other plantations, there would be a lot of male slaves that would offer no assistance to this sister, right? They would offer no help. She on her own. Now we all slaves, right? We all enslaved, right? But the fear of dying in and of itself for something other than yourself would stop that slave from helping that sister. And a lot of this behavior that I'm not gonna die for no one that ain't mine. Listen, again, to me, and I don't know you brothers, but I mean this, and anybody that knows me know I mean it. I'm a single dad, man. I was a single dad, excuse me, for a long time. That's how damn long I've been saying it, right? I was a single dad for a long time. But if I see your daughters or your wife in harm's way, I'm sorry. A lot of people may disagree with me, but I cannot turn a blind eye. I can't sleep at night knowing that I don't know the outcome of that situation. I drove smooth on by. Now I'm watching the news and it's sister gone.
I agree.
Now again, there are some situations where, you know, you got to use your intuition, and I mean, you know, you got to try to figure out what's apples and apples. But for the most part, I just can't, man. I can't know that I drove past something or saw something and act like I didn't see it, and I'm just gonna give it to God and leave it in prayer. I can't do that, man, because faith without works is dead. What I'm praying about.
I agree. I totally agree. I actually had a situation like that. You know, when I was at an amusement park, but I don't want to get into it because. But I saw a man hit this other woman while we were standing in the line waiting for our food, and I intervened. My wife was sitting right there, but I intervened and I beat the mess out that boy, beat the mess out of him. But here's the crazy thing. Now y'all might call this a double standards, but his girlfriend started hitting me, and I punched her in the face and knocked her clean out. So
dang.
Yeah, so like, you know, but my wife, here's the thing. My wife couldn't help because our son,
I don't see nothing doubly or standard about it.
Now my wife couldn't. Now some people might say, well, my wife had our newborn son. So like she couldn't do anything because she had our baby. But, you know, when I was getting to do, now I might as well tell the story. So we was in line getting our food. So it was the Spanish couple. I mean, it was the lady, the Spanish couple behind her, and I was behind the Spanish couple. So the lady, her daughter was handicapped, and she was sitting on the benches. So she forgot what her daughter wanted, but when the lady got out of line, she said, "Hey, I got to get out of line to go see what her daughter wanted again." So I don't think they clearly heard her. I heard her, but I don't think they clearly heard her. So she got out of line, went to go see what her daughter wanted, and then she got back in her place. And then they started like, "Nah, you got out of line." They started cussing out this, that, and the third. Next thing I know, the bull just said, boom. Lady went flying over the trash can. In my first instance, I grabbed him. I wasn't trying to fight him. I grabbed him. But then he swung on me, hit me in my forehead. So I said, oh, snap, this is it. So I started giving him the business. Boop, 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 boop. And then all I feel is something on the back of my head. I look around, his girlfriend hit me. And I just hit her one time. Boom, she went night-night.
Man, I'll never get that, bro.
You know?
I always say to women, listen, it's one thing when there's things happening and you're trying to defend. I get all that. But I always say to women, it's in your best interest not to hit a man if he can't take the swing that's going to come back. Mm-hmm. I've seen some women be able to take a man. But realistically speaking, I've been in DV situations and like everybody always say, like, between me and my relationship, I will go verbal all day. When it comes physical, I do not cross that line because realistically speaking, even if I feel on my best day, my man swung back, it's over. Yeah. It's over. So yeah. I'm like, I don't not hit him because of, like, I think it's wrong. I do think it's wrong, and like that's realistic and like reasonable. Nobody should be putting their hands on no other person. But
you know what? I don't blame her for just trying to fight with her man. I don't blame her for that. But she paid the consequence.
Because I wouldn't, because even if you did it on accident, even if it was an elbow where you was just, revving up, that's
so often I have I talk to classes of kids like, trouble youth. I ain't gonna say which particular classes, but DV is involved. And these are young kids, most of them, when McLaren Hall was open, kids that go to detention centers, things like that. And so a lot of them come from these homes where that is happening constantly, you know. And so many of these
And they
children have
think it's
started
okay.
to,
Like,
they,
I have this. I'm
they,
sorry. Go ahead.
no,
I'm
you
just
good, you good.
agreeing. Yeah.
Yeah, you good. What I mean, we are creatures of habit, and we tend to do what we see and not what we hear. So a lot of these youths had started to exhibit these actions and had gotten in trouble for it. So I would always tell the young men that anger, aggression, sadness, confusion, these are all emotions you can't escape. You're going to have them. I don't care if you got all the money in the world or sitting on an island, all of that. You're going to exhibit. You can stub your toe and you can get mad. So you're going to these are natural emotions, just like happiness, just like things like that. But how you act on those emotions is very important. That's what defines the man, how you act on these emotions. And so
So, brother,
I would tell them what
So
my grandmother used to tell me, which is the greatest way to, I don't want to say hurt anybody, but however you would say for TikTok. But the best thing you can do when aggression or anger or opposition comes to you from the other side is to dismiss yourself from the situation, to
so,
literally exit the room, walk away,
so,
things like
brother,
that. So I have one
Whatever
young
it is,
man
you got to
tell
do.
I
so,
have
brother,
yeah.
one
if
young man. Hold on
brother,
one
I'm
second.
sorry.
I had
Forgive me,
one.
brother.
I had one young man tell me, "Well, I tried that. She got in front of the door and she started hitting me in my face, and I told her not to do it. You know, what am I not supposed to defend myself? How am I supposed to defend myself?"
Mm-hmm.
And so once he said that, I turned to the young ladies that are in the class and I said, "Do you hear? Do you hear what he's saying? How many of you have got into domestic situations because you wouldn't allow somebody to leave, because you couldn't let the conversation end where it ended, because you had to have the last word?" This is the same restraint that I ask the ladies to show when it comes to emotions. And people gonna say, "Well, women are emotional
If
creatures.
I
They only think." No, decisions and choices come with outcomes. They
if
come
I
with
can
outcomes. This,
eh,
like the lady in the place with the 14-year-old, she had like I stated this earlier on another live. Up until the point to where she was being harmed, she had all reason and all freedom to walk outside of that place, and she did not have to continue that conversation
No, no,
with
no,
that
no, no,
man.
no, 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 brother. I gotta cut you off. That was his responsibility to walk away because he was the aggressor. I
Right,
watched the whole
right.
video.
I
I
get
watched
that
the whole
part.
video. I watched
I
the
didn't
whole
see, I
video.
haven't seen the whole video. I don't know how it started or whatnot, but
Yeah, I
what I'm
watched the
saying
whole
is at
video.
some
I
point in
did a
time,
commentary on it. That man was more of the aggressor.
I
He
get
should have,
that part, brother.
yeah,
But when
he
somebody's
should
being
have walked
aggressive
away.
with
It
you,
was his responsibility to walk away
I,
because
I
he
get that.
said
But
three times that if you don't get your food, lady, he said it 3 times, I'm going to knock you clean the F out.
right. And
So
did she
so so
proceed
right
to
there,
argue with him?
he proposed a motive. He made it clear. He made it clear
I,
3 times. So that was his job to walk
I
away.
get that. I
Because
get
I
that
believe
point. But
even if she would have walked away, his aggression. Now I'm not making no excuses for either party because she was saying stuff too. But at that point, even if he would have, I believe even if she was to walked away, his mind was already setting on hitting her. His mind.
I get that, but I don't think he would have pursued her out of the store to her car and up the street. So
so
what I'm
so
saying is, at some point in time within that
all right.
conversation, she had the mind to think, not only am I here in this aggressive situation, I have a 14-year-old child in the car, and this could be something that I don't want to be a part of. Let me dismiss myself. All of us have been in situations where we've been talked about bad, cussed out, and all this, and we decide to say, you know what, I'm this cool. I ain't tripping on whatever you on. I can leave. Now that is not victim blaming. That's not putting up because what happened to her son, they should have never happened. You're right. That man was not a man. He was a boy in a man's body, because anytime you get that aggressive, overbearing, and like I said earlier, one of us would have stepped up like, "Hey, give me that aggression." And I guarantee 9 times out of 10, he would have calmed down, because most men will get that aggressive with a woman, but will not get that aggressive with another man that's equal in aggression with him. But
if I can say
what I'm
something
saying
now,
is that the lack of empathy, like I started to say, the lack of empathy on both ends of the situation brought this to the head of what it was. We as a people don't have time to have these type of minuscule happenings. Now, one child is traumatized, a mother and child is facing charges, and one brother is no longer here. All because people couldn't hold their stuff, you know,
let
their
me say
attitude,
this.
their outbursts.
If I may say something, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you could. Well, let me say this real quick. We could come up with so many hypotheticals. We always make hypotheticals when it comes to our community. Every time, man. Like, it happened the way it was supposed to happen. Like, other folks don't do this. You know, whether you're wrong, right, or indifferent. Now, I don't condone murder. I don't condone black on black crime. I don't or black on black people killing each other. But at some point, that dude. I put it on the man because I put this situation on him because he should have walked away, because he already knew his power over her. He knew it. He knew it. That's why he said, if you keep on talking, I'm going to knock you out. So he knew his power over her. And when he hit her the first time, he didn't knock her out. His daggone ego got in the way because he didn't knock her out. So he had to keep on hitting her. Was that young man supposed to sit there and watch his mom get hit like that?
All right,
his woman fueled it also by continuously pumping him up.
If you hear what she said, if you hear what she said, because I played it, y'all gotta go to my YouTube page, which is the link is in the bio.
I gotta go watch the whole video before I start giving more.
I broke down that whole video. She told her son, she said, go to the car. The reason why she told her son to go to the car, because she didn't want her son to be involved in that stuff. I went to her Facebook page, right? This sister is a God-fearing woman. She go to church. She got 3 businesses. She have a catering business, and she have a tax business. She was out the way. Her son just graduated high school with honors. She wasn't no LaQuisha from the hood. This wasn't no rah-rah
even if
girl.
she was, though, I mean, there really should be no but when it comes to
you're right. There's
self-control.
There's no excuse
I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying that there should be no words. And I mean, my father taught me that no words should be able to get you to act in any form or fashion, whether that's aggressiveness, whether that's, an emotion that gets you to, manipulate and all. Nobody's words should get you moving at all. And if it does, that's only showing a lack of control for yourself.
That's not. But even if she was yelling, let's say she was yelling, and she was getting at him.
Again, no words. That should be able to move.
Yeah, like that's still, as a man, like, and that's not even your woman. That's not your woman, and you talking like, listen.
And
at
I'm
some
sorry,
point,
you know how we get down in Philly? Like, I'm sorry. And like, we say so.
And I'm not. But, and I want the fellas to know this. I balance out conversations. I don't take nobody's side, whether it's a man or a woman. I do things by case by case basis. And in this case, in this instant, that boy was wrong. Jeremy Brown was wrong on every level. On every level.
So, like, if I'm allowed to say something,
go ahead.
Brother,
let by any means go, because he was waiting.
I've been holding, brother.
Let by any means go, because he was up next. And then you got it, Jay.
All right. So, in my humble opinion, again, because I don't want to get nobody upset. This is, to me, this is one of the problems in our community. We keep talking about problems in our community, and I agree with the brother in this sense that emotion is what got 80% of brothers in a situation that led them to prison or to the grave. The lack of our ability to control our emotions and not let somebody else dictate our actions based off of such. Mm-hmm. However, I said this earlier before the brother came in, and I mean it now. That son did exactly what he was supposed to do as a young brother protecting his mother.
Exactly. If one of my sons was there, I would expect my son to do the same thing.
She didn't. Now the thing is, we expect sisters, right, to diminish themselves, right, to lower themselves and cower in fear, right? So let's assume that this sister was a single mother. So she was acting in the role of the mother and the father in this boy's life, right? She went to a restaurant and ordered some food. Because a Negro couldn't control his emotions, she should have been the one to cower and run out the door screaming for help. No, she stood her place waiting for her food as she should have. And the brother got the goddamn consequences of his actions as he should have. She didn't have to leave. She didn't have to have the option at all open to her to leave. She stood right where she was supposed to be because she was obligated to be there because she went to go purchase something. Absolutely. Because he started acting a fool, she got to be the one to diminish herself and leave and fear and cower. No. Black women are saying that, no, brother, you can yell all you want. I'm not moving. And all we do is tell them, no, sister, go on, go run out the house and go running down the street asking for help. No.
Yes.
There was, like the brother said, hold on, brother, I'm almost done. Like the brother said earlier, right? There were several black men in that restaurant with an opportunity to de-escalate this situation on that sister's behalf.
Yes.
And none of them tap dancing ass Negroes had the balls to say anything to the brother.
Yep.
So this sister wasn't protected 360 degrees. So her son did what he was supposed to do because none of them damn Negroes standing there did a goddamn thing. They put that boy in that position. And one of them dudes could have knocked dude smooth out. He was so distracted yelling at her. As soon as he went to look like he was about to hit her, 2 or 3 Negroes could have grabbed that brother and held him down for the law.
And sisters, I need my sisters to understand this, right? Because we see that 2 situations happened. Last month, the football player was fighting for his life because the one sister called her brothers over there to, over a lie, and one of her brother friends got killed in the mix. So we got to be careful. If you see a man and he's aggressive and he's already in that fighting stance, sisters, I'm gonna tell you like this: he already made up his mind. He's going to hit you. He's going to cause you some bodily harm. I would now, in my honest opinion, I would say try your best to get out of that situation and don't say nothing. I would say that. And I'm going to say that. Get out of that situation as quick as possible.
I agree. Don't antagonize.
Don't antagonize because that dude already got his mind made up.
Which is what I was saying. Which is exactly what I was saying.
No, but in that situation, yes, but whatever she was saying to him, you couldn't really make out. But you could tell it wasn't that deep. It wasn't that deep. Because he kept on saying, lady, get your food and gone. Because if you don't, I'm going to punch you, I'm going to knock you out. That's what he kept on saying. And I guess she was trying to make her point. And he wasn't trying to hear her point. Now, whatever the conversation was, we don't actually know. Nobody know but them and the people that was in the restaurant. I'm sure it's going to come out sooner or later. But what I'm saying is they was already fully engaged. So it's easy to say what she should have done, which I agree with the brother, which she should have got out that he should have been the bigger person that got out, but it's obvious he wasn't no man. He's not emotionally on that level. So she should have gracefully tried to get out that situation. Unfortunately, it cost him his life. But to take it a step further, I'm just telling the sisters, if you see any man like that, any man and he's already listen, try your best to just keep it moving. To protect yourself. And that's all I'm saying. But I understood what you were saying, Jay, but I just didn't want it to sound like the sisters need to protect themselves more so than the man taking responsibility.
No, I believe, I'm Pan-African Guardian, man. Ain't nothing finna happen to none of my sisters while I'm standing around. I get that point. But exactly what we just said, and I even understand what the brother was saying. No, our sisters don't have to cower. They don't have to run away. Until whatever sister said that sounds like I, put my hands on women or whatever because I'm saying that I want her to be quiet. No, I'm understanding situations as they're happening, as we should.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in a situation where I'm in a bar with all white tea people and it's looking like it's a strange fruit meeting, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit there and go hard like I'm the hardest, CRIP in the hood. I'm going to understand that this is not the situation. This is not the place. This is not the time. Things can happen not in my best interest. Especially if my children are in the vicinity, I'm going to try and make the best decision, not to take anything away from the sister or the situation. I do agree. Karma is a mug, and it was instant for that brother. He got exactly what he got for doing exactly what he did. And like I said, also, unfortunately, the young man has now been put in a traumatizing situation, and the mother also has to deal with all these legalities. But we also have to look at what happened directly after. You know, a lot of people are looking at the standpoint of self-defense. The boy did what he needed to do, defend his mother and all of that. But we have to look at what happened after.
By the way,
the man was pursued. The man was also the boy was also instructed to inflict more and greater pain. And so that doesn't
I'm gonna
come.
be
That
honest,
doesn't come
and I
with
don't
just.
blame him.
Hold on.
I probably would have.
Hold on. I get that, brother. But what I'm saying is that doesn't come with self-defense. That comes with retribution. That comes with anger and aggression. Self-defense is something different. When you are defending yourself, which by law, that little boy, there should be no charges because self-defense extends from you and your nearest closest family member. So if your child is in danger, then you have the right to do what you need to do. If your mother, your parent, your sister and brother, that's the law. But when you go from that point to pursuing and becoming now the aggressor, and now you become you're yelling things like, unalive him, unalive him. Now you've taken this from one point to another. Now, do I think they're going to go home? Yes, I do. Do I think we come into, the election season and politics for to eat this up and NRA for to do, it's going to be all types of stuff for them. But we also have to start checking ourselves in that way. And you know how our people
But you know what?
At some point, extremely aggressive.
At some point, in my honest opinion, I want to get off this topic mainly because I believe at some point as black people, we do have to start standing up for ourselves. And every time a black person do something in self-defense, we all have our own, scenarios why this shit have did. Like, nah, listen, I believe he did what he had to do to protect his mom, whether wrong, right, or indifferent. But I want to get back on the topic of, the topic that I have in the subject matter at the top, because, like I said, I'm one of those people that I believe that this is the time in the season where us black people really need to start standing up to everybody, even ourselves. We need to get this. We need to get the low, the hood dudes out, out the hood. They killing each other and they killing innocent people, and we got to stop making excuses for them. I like what Dr. Umar said. Dr. Umar said, sometimes you gotta let them kill off each other. We don't know what it's obvious. Let me tell you something about this dude, Jeremy Brown, that did this situation. This the underlying issue. The fact that he put hands on that woman like that, that's a part of his character. Look how easily he was compelled to put hands on a complete stranger. A woman that he didn't even know.
That's wild, bro.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, and I had something to say about your subject too, but when I was watching and I haven't seen the whole video because I can't, it's triggering because I've been in that situation more than 2-3 times.
Wow.
The difference in my situation is I didn't that's why I said she wasn't even yelling. So why was he so hype? I was in the same situation too, and I was really asking for myself because when you're trying to talk to them and they just like going off, my fight or flight would have kicked in like it did all them other times, and I really just kind of got quiet. The difference with me is I've been by myself. I would have not even argued or said anything to the guy at all if my kids would have been there, because my boys are big. They are huge, and it would have been a catastrophe. You know what I'm saying? And I would never want to put my boys in that position.
Yeah.
But when I am in that position, I do get quiet. I get quiet and I move my Lilo closer to me. You know what I'm saying? Just in case me getting quiet is just not enough. If he's still so mad that he still want to do something, I've had guys run up on me, you know, just because I say a little something, you know, and they run up on you. And I just be like, all right, you know, get back. And I stop arguing. At this point, I start warning. I start saying, back up, back up. It's not, you know, it's not that serious. Back up, because like I said, I always have it on me, and I could be in the same position as her where I have to, you know, do something, because for some reason they just get unhinged. You say 2-3 things to them and they completely lose it. And I don't know what's going on right now. You can't say nothing to them. You can't say nothing. You can't. I know this one guy, we was in line.
Where are
and
you
this guy
from?
kept harassing.
Are you from Chicago?
No, I'm from Texas, where everybody got a little something on them. Everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I was talking to this one guy, he was harassing this girl, and all I said to him was, damn, she said no, she don't want to talk to you. He turned to me and it was over. He went crazy on me. And when he was going crazy, you know, all I did was make sure she was where she's supposed to be. And I just got quiet. You know, I was just like, all right, well, you know, and the girl that I was talking about, she hurried up and left. So to me, I was like, well, job well done. You know what I'm saying? Because she escaped. And I don't mind him standing there going off on me, calling me everything under the sun but a child of God. I didn't care. I was like, boy, I don't care what you call me. That girl got away from you. One thing. That's what I was trying to do, is get you to leave her alone. And then if you do anything other than scream and yell at me, you're going to have a problem. It's going to be some slow singing, flower bringing for your folks. You're going to be on all these 8x10s on T-shirts and stuff, you know. And I'm quiet. At this point, I'm quiet.
Spray first. No, we won't.
I ain't got no pepper spray. I ain't got no pepper spray. I don't have time for that. Everybody be choking. No. And, so I'm just, you know, at that point, I was just quiet. This is the latest one. I just got quiet, you know, and I was just like, all right, you know, we'll go ahead and talk. I don't care if you talk, just, you know what I'm saying? And then when he started getting close and stuff, another guy looked at him, and I just said, back up, bro. My brother, back up, you know. He's still going off and stuff. So I don't know what's going on. But the reason why, that was why I said something about yelling. Because I was like, I've been in that position where you don't even be really yelling at them. You just say a couple of things, or you call yourself trying to reason with them, and they snap on you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If I can say something, brother and sister.
Go ahead, brother.
If I can just, to get back to the topic, well, first of all, thank you for that, sister. But if I can just get back to the topic real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, brother. We do want peasants. We want, and anytime I hear a Negro say that a black woman has to have all these domestic responsibilities in order to qualify to be in his life, I think, well, damn, Negro, how did you feed yourself before you met this sister? How did you wash your own clothes, brother? Did you provide yourself a roof over your head? Like, these things, it seems like when a woman says that she wants a man to provide security for her, all of a sudden we shy away from it. Now we got to think, as black men, what are we asking from this sister? We want a sister to be loyal. Loyalty equals security, right? We want a sister to be committed. Commitment equals security. So she's asking for the same. You are asking for the same from her, right? But in turn, the moment she mentions the word security and or provide, that's when we want to call her masculine. We want to say she's angry, she's bitter, she's asking for too much. I've always said this about black women, and they have never said that I'm wrong. What we have done is, first of all, we do a lot of the white man's work for them. They sit back and just pop popcorn and watch us destroy each other with these false analogies about each other. So a black woman, so now what we're doing is we're saying that they're materialistic and they have these unrealistic expectations. A black woman will take you making $40,000. What she is saying is that you should not be happy making $40,000. You should have the mindset of a man that wants to earn $100,000. She not going to dismiss you because you currently are at $40,000. Again, what she is saying, brother, is that if you want this family that you claim to want, $40,000 ain't gonna make it happen.
But she's not. Let me say this, brother. But you know what? at some point you got to have that discussion before y'all even get married.
Agree.
So it's okay for. I mean, I everybody should have their standards. Everybody should have something that they want. But I believe that should be a discussion y'all should be having in the beginning.
Oh yeah, no, but I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking
now,
about. I wasn't talking about individual relationships, brother. I was saying that that's one of the narratives being pushed by a lot of these tap dancing Negroes is that black women are somehow they become because they've better educated themselves that they have these false realistic expectations.
But education doesn't mean. Let me tell you something about education. Education doesn't equal to common sense, because education can't. Case in point, right? When I talk about business to people, you want to know some of the best business people is drug dealers. They had the ability to run an empire without going to Harvard. Think about that. They ran and managed an empire without going to Harvard.
Built off of the destruction of their people.
So education doesn't always equal to common sense and common ways to do things. So I don't compare when people say they all educated this, that, and the third. It's a lot of people who's educated dummies. They don't even know the first thing about relationships. This goes for men and women. It's people, I've heard counselors say some of the most crazy stuff, and what they was doing was projecting their counseling based upon their education and what other people went through. I work in finance. I won't go to a person for financial advice if you don't have more money than me, right? I won't ask for financial advice from people. You can't tell me how to manage $10 million if you never managed $10 million. So if you can't go to people to get advice from people, like if you look on social media, all these people giving advice and they're single. The same people who says this is how you find this type of man or this is how you get this type of woman, they are single and failed at relationships.
Agree.
So you can't, common sense ain't common sense no more. All people got to just say, I got a PhD in this. I don't care about your PhD. Why aren't you married, but you trying to tell this person how to be married? Why aren't you in a committed relationship, but you this coach over here trying to tell this person about coaching? We have to learn how to deal with people on a personal basis. Do life with people. Get to know people before you sleep with them. Simple stuff. Get in their mind. Know what you want. Case in point. This is why I say the dominant society did a great job on black people by putting us in competition with each other. I'm not in competition with no black woman. I'm only in competition with black men and other men, black, white, Puerto Rican, and Haitian. Why every conversation is, well, if black men did this, we would do that. How come? Why? Or vice versa. If black women do this, then we would do that. What? I'm not waiting for you. I'm not waiting till you become for me to be I am. I am right now. I'm not waiting till you to become. Like I say, I'm a husband. I'm not going to wait for you to become a wife. I'm a husband. And if you're not a wife, okay, cool. You stay over there with the girlfriends. I'm gonna go where the wives are so I can find me something. If you're broke and you want to hang around broke people, you stay over there with the broke people. I'm gonna go where the people who got, got a little something at. If you emotionally unstable, I'm not hanging around other emotionally unstable people. I'm gonna try to find where the healed people are. You see what I'm saying? That's how life's supposed to be. But unfortunately, here on social media, everybody feel comfortable projecting their trauma to other people, and they find us a safe place in projecting. And trauma bond.
Brother, side note, just to make light of the situation, the first thing I'm going to do after getting off this live is get your ass some WD-40 for that damn chair. Get on my goddamn nerve.
You know what's funny? Let me tell you something. I just ordered a new chair today.
Man, I heard it for a second and then it was gone. I had it, like that beat. on the fire.
I just ordered a new chair today, as a matter of fact. That's funny. Now, this is the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing. I'm one of those people that just don't like to throw things away. I would be honest. I can wear the same sneakers for 10 years.
There's a clinical diagnosis for that,
That's not even good for your feet.
There's a clinical diagnosis, bro.
Let me tell you something. Here's what's crazy. It's a pair of training Nikes that I bought like 10 years ago, and they don't make them no more. And it's probably the most comfortable sneaker I ever wear because I have flat feet, and I still wear those Nikes to the day.
They stopped making them for a reason, brother.
Well, they stopped making them because they train in sneakers, and a lot of people want running sneakers. Because I sent an email, and that's what they said. They said a lot of people was into running sneakers, not training sneakers. And I'm like, yo, can y'all make a special pair for me? I'll spend the extra $100 to have them because these are the most comfortable sneakers I ever wore. And, they kind of ran down. And here's what's funny. My kids crack on me all the time. My wife bought me a new pair of sneakers, right? And I ain't like them because they wasn't comfortable. Because like I said, I have wide feet, so I have to wear a certain type of sneaker. And she bought me a new pair of sneakers, and I was like, nah, I can't. I don't like them. I tried them on; they make my feet hurt. I like a certain stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's one of those things. Y'all
That's
partner.
fair. Well, can I say something about this?
Yes.
So you don't want partnership, you want a peasant.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
now can I give you the reason why I said that real quick before, because I don't.
Yeah.
So the reason why I say that is most people don't want partnerships; they want peasants. Is because when you listen to most conversations around relationships, it's always I, and it's borderline. You just want a man to worship you. But you never flip it around and say, this is what I am willing to be. If a man is willing to do all those things that you need and require, the question is, what are you woman enough to do for him? When I was in the conversation the replay is going to be on my YouTube channel, so y'all can go back and look at the replay on the YouTube channel. But that's what I was saying, that men and women, you will hardly hear them say, okay, this is what I'm doing now to put myself in a position to get to give you. But the question is, what is it that you're going to give me? And I use an example. If I like ketchup with my chicken, my wife know to bring me ketchup with my chicken. If she cooking, cause we both cook. So I know what she like with certain dishes. She know what I like with certain dishes. It's a no-brainer for her to bring ketchup with my chicken. I shouldn't have to tell her or remind her to bring me some ketchup. And there was women in the comments saying, you need to get up and get your own ketchup. And I said, that's you would be the woman I wouldn't date. Because if we are a partnership, it's an exchange and assist mindset. Exchange and assist. I exchange you and assist to you, and you exchange to me and assist to me. So if you want me to do what it is you need me to do, you got to do what it is I need you to do. And if you don't have that mindset, then we're not partners. You just actually want me to be your peasant. So that's why I say, do you want partnership or you want a peasant?
Hey, can I go after
understand.
Ocean?
Now let Ocean. She was first. Can
I go after her?
Yeah, you can go after her.
I understand completely what you're saying because I used to do that for my ex-husband. I knew whatever juice, sauce, or whatever he wanted with whatever it was that I had cooked or whatever it was that I had bought. And I knew the drinks that he wanted, no matter what phase he was going through. If it was a no soda phase, if it was I want flavored water, I just want plain water. If it, everything that came with it.
Yeah.
But in the marriage was what is considered the traditional marriage, right? Where we both work, we both pay bills, but the woman takes care of the house and she takes care of the kids, right? And the man does the yard when the yard needs to be done, and he fixes stuff around the house, right? But honestly, rarely, if he's fixing everything, rarely does anything need to be fixed because everything has been fixed. And you have seasons when you don't need to cut the yard, so you don't have anything to do. You know what I'm saying?
And there are seasons when the kids are in school, and you don't have to do things.
Yeah, but she's working. No, what she's gonna do? Everything that she's doing when she get off of work. The kids are at the house at the same time she's there.
Now, case in
So
point,
there is no season.
I'm
There
gonna
is no
say this.
season when the kid's not there.
Now, are you the only one cooking?
Yeah, you be the
Now,
only one cooking.
now I
Even
guess
if
it's
he know
different.
how to cook, but
Now,
even if he get home before you, or sometimes he might get home before you and he might go ahead and cook or whatever. And then when he
but
go
that's
ahead
an
and cook,
exchange, right?
no, because then you'll cook something that you know I don't eat, that you know I absolutely do not like. Like he used to come home and cook baked chicken. Never in the 2 decades that we were together have I liked baked chicken. Now, just like you said, she know what you want with your food. You should know that I don't like no baked chicken,
But
but you
that's
keep cooking it.
but what if you did that to him? Like case in point, my kids love spaghetti.
Exactly.
I don't like
Yeah.
spaghetti, right? But my wife liked to cook spaghetti. I didn't make it out of a big deal.
But you just said she know I like it. I shouldn't have to
No, no,
ask
I don't
her.
like. Yeah, I
So
don't
I'm
like
bringing it.
spaghetti. But her and the kids like spaghetti. But am I gonna get mad because if the kids want spaghetti, she likes spaghetti, and I don't eat
Well, no,
spaghetti?
I wouldn't get. This is the thing. I wouldn't get mad. I just wouldn't eat it. I would just be like, "This is not for me. This is for y'all,"
Yeah, yeah,
because I
exactly.
don't like it. You know what I'm saying? And then I got to figure out what I'm gonna eat or whatever. So then it starts being about you and the kids, and it doesn't have anything to do with me. Now I got to figure it out for myself. Now you have left me out in the cold. Now you have not done me any type of favors. You have not relieved nothing up off my back.
I can't find my other cord. Go ahead, keep
You know
going.
what I'm saying? Because now you cook something that I can't, that I don't want, that I don't. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm stuck out still. So it's almost as
Is that
if
a but that is that an issue?
it's an issue if you done been at work and you tired and you come home and you hungry and he's cooked and you
So
can't eat or you're not gonna eat.
so what if he
But
told
this
you?
is the thing. It's an issue because you did not consider her. That's why it's an issue. It's an
But
issue
what if
because the way that you got your ketchup, your hot sauce, and whatever else, when she fed you and she only fixed what you wanted, if she would fix 2 meals, she know you like this and the kids don't, she gonna fix you what you like, and she gonna fix the kids what the kids like. But when it come time for you to return the favor, you completely don't care what she need or what she want or what she like.
hmm
You don't care, and you don't fix it.
But this the
Now
thing.
you have left her
I
out.
see. I see what you're. I see exactly where you're getting at,
Yeah, brother, you said something
and
about
I
ketchup
understand,
earlier.
and I'm not negating your feelings. But at some point, right? Is that an issue? Because it's not like he did it every day. Like I said, it was times that my wife made. I don't eat spaghetti, right? Well, I ain't gonna say I don't eat it. It's just that I don't like spaghetti because it gives me heartburn. Um, but she will make it because that's one of our kids. You know, our kids like spaghetti, and she, some days she make it, but she like, I'm going to make spaghetti today. What else do you want? And and I would say, okay, I'll pick up something I'll pick up something. Don't worry about it. But we also have that communication because both me and my wife cook. We like to cook. But if you know that about your partner also too, if you know your partner, let's say if your partner don't cook or he don't know how to cook, that's something you should have known before y'all got married. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. But my point is, if I can say, I know he don't like this, but the kids do. I'm gonna fix the kids only this, and then I make a completely separate meal just for you. How hard is it for you to say she does
Oh,
not like baked chicken? Let me make something for her, or let me
yeah,
do
yeah,
something for her so she can eat.
yeah. That
Why is
yeah,
that such an issue? Why are you just like, oh well, figure it out? You know what I'm
yeah, yeah,
saying?
yeah. Nah, nah, yeah,
That's
yeah. That's foul. That's
inconsiderate.
foul. Yeah, that's
And I'm
foul.
going all out the way all the time for you or
I
whatever. We're
I do
divorced now
believe
because that was a long list of shit. But
I do believe that a lot of us are, and again, in my humble opinion, if somebody can mute real quick, I do believe that a lot of us are in Instagram relationships, and what I mean is we are in fake, false reality ass relationships.
True.
When we get into marriage, first of all,
Hey, y'all keep talking. Y'all keep talking. I gotta go do
yeah,
something real quick, but y'all
yeah,
go
go
ahead
ahead,
and keep
brother.
talking. All right.
A lot of us are in a situation where we are making decisions based on the fact that we don't want to be alone. Ain't nobody trying to be by
yeah, I
themselves.
think so too.
We,
At the
we you
time, I
know,
was young.
we
I did
want
it
to
when I was young.
we want to have a bae and a boo, and we tired of seeing everybody booed up on vacation and shit. And after seeing that so many times, we start settling for shit just to have somebody there. I want to get a text late at night asking me what the fuck I got going on. Like we all settle, right? So what I'm saying is,
Yeah, I think they do that now. I mean, at the
Just like the
time.
brother said, hold on, sister, I'm almost done. Just like the brother
Okay.
said, like even now during this conversation, even though I'm married, right? I carry myself as a husband out of the presence of my wife. Before I met her, I carried myself as a husband, right? Which means that I have to be agreeable to my wife. Which means that what the brother should have done is the very first time you said, I don't like baked chicken, the brother should have said, I'm sorry, sister, it'll never happen again. You know, to the best of my ability, it'll never happen again, right?
Or
Again,
something. Anything.
ego gets in the way, sister, and you're gonna have to excuse a lot of brothers. They don't know how to, they don't know how to remove their ego out of the way to hear you, because in many ways
Yeah.
it sounds like we're being talked down to as opposed to being talked to. That's how we receive it sometimes. So
Yeah, well, that issue had been resolved. Like, I'm divorced. This was way back in 2001, and you know what I'm saying. I'm old as dirt now, and so is he. And he's grown, and I've grown, and he's a wonderful person. I can halfway stand him now because we've been dealing with each other for our entire adult years. My entire adult years, should I say? My whole adult years. But that was something that he learned after the fact, as we got grown, and like now that the children are grown as I don't know what. And thank you. And oh, that's perfect. That's right on top. Thank you.
sound like you're
That's
getting some
perfect.
baked chicken right now, sister.
No, I'm here with my dad.
I'm just
I'm
joking.
out sitting outside. But yeah, he grew up. All of that has passed, but I was that traditional wife. Why this ties into the subject is because I did a lot of the stuff that a lot of these guys say they won't, but I'm here to tell you that it leaves your woman severely exhausted. Eventually, she becomes severely resentful, and that is going to end y'all. And then you're gonna look back at the situation, and you're gonna say, "I was wrong. I was wrong." And then you're gonna be like, I kind of just want my family back. And if she was a pretty decent person or a cool person, like if you look up and you realize that was my homegirl, that was my friend, and she really don't want to have a whole lot to do with you, now you've lost a friend. Somebody that you don't mind, somebody that you would want to deal with after the kids are gone. When the kids don't call you for a week, that's a cool person to have a companionship with for the rest of your life. You lost that. Now you out there looking for that again. Somebody who you really like to be around, not somebody who you just tolerate. And she's gone. She don't want to have nothing to do with you no more. She don't have nothing to do with you. She like,
That's
we
because
can
we
talk to
ain't.
each other once a week.
That's because we ain't trying to be in. Like I think we didn't water down the word commitment so damn much it don't mean nothing. Look, at the end of the day, when we tell each other, I'm gonna be committed to you, we got to start understanding. First of all, when we get married and we say for better or worse, I think we should have a separate contract that if your ass don't meet it and you back out for some minuscule reason, you financially obligated to me. What I mean is, if we get into a marriage and a marriage
Somebody
says
got
for
a lot
better
of
or
feedback.
yeah,
Somebody got a lot of feedback.
Oh,
it's
I'm
the
sorry.
sister.
Pardon me.
And when we get into a situation where we are married or we are considering marriage, I believe one of the things that we do wrong because we don't want to remove ourselves from being in the lead is we got to go to therapy and counseling. We got to be able to sort out a lot of the red flags that we both act like we ain't got, right? So that we can focus on the green ones, right? We do not, and some sisters are guilty of this too. I mentioned earlier, brother, that we don't move our ego out the way. There are a lot of sisters that they in a threesome too with their ego, and their ego then told them that I don't mind you being independent. I don't mind you being the boss of all that. Sister, I'm with you. I support you. I'm blowing against your back, right? However, there are times where you got to sit your ass down or I got to sit my ass down. It's
And let me
simple
tell,
as that.
I'm going to add something to this. And what a lot of sisters need to understand when they say, well, I'm dwelling in my masculine. Let me tell you something about masculine energy. The reason why most men would never date a woman that assumes or projects to be masculine is because masculinity is, everything about masculinity is about competition. When you look at sports, men, why you think your husband like if you had a husband, he like playing games all day? Because it's competitive. He playing against his friends, or going to play basketball all day or football, and he's always watching competitive things, because part of masculinity is competitive. Now, if a woman want to be masculine, I would never marry a woman that talk about she's masculine, because I am masculine and I'm competitive. And if now you're in competition with me, we never gonna win, because we live how you never seen. Well, I ain't gonna say it never, but it happens. If two people on the same team is in competition with each other, y'all never gonna win a championship. Never in history.
Be in competition, but I was the sports player. I was the one who went to school on a sports scholarship. And all of that other kind of
well,
stuff.
That's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in your house.
No, I know. I'm saying, but like when you were saying like the competitive stuff. But I didn't want to compete with him because he's a man, and I can't win. Then that's why I said.
What happened to Bonnie Means? He dropped out.
I think so. But that's why when I was talking about when the dudes act like they just getting real beefy with me. I get quiet. I shut up, because I be like, ain't no way I can take a hit from you, and not a hit in the world that I'm gonna be able to give you to lay you down to get myself out of danger.
Yeah, I would never do that. But
so I know I can't do nothing. I can't compete with a man.
But I'm gonna tell you, like, as a man, right? Like I'm gonna say, like, if a man think like me, I only can speak for myself. I don't project, other men's. I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm very assertive. I know what I want and how I want, right? And it might come off as toxic and masculine, because a lot of women ain't used to men knowing what he want and how he want. I could tell you in detail every little thing I want. Now, just because you don't know how to do that, it doesn't mean that I don't. If I'm telling you what I want and how I want it, that means I'm interested only in you giving it to me or doing it for me. Now, if you take that as, oh, you just trying to be my dad, or you trying to be my God over my life, then if you look at it like that, but we just not going to work, because I am telling you what I want so you could be successful at being assistant to me, and I want you to tell me everything you want so I can be of assistance to you, and that's how we're going to win the relationship in life.
Yes. Well, I had two fathers, so I'm used to taking not necessarily direction from guys, but I'm used to listening to what they say and taking it all, in stride, and like, okay, I hear you,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Being like, oh, okay, I hear you. And them trying to give it to me the best way they think a girl would be able to understand, as far as the way a man thinks, and as far as the way women kind of operate safely out here in the world.
Yeah.
And then the way for her to get the most out of the situation, being a woman and a girl, or whatnot. But as far as like the partnership, when I tell guys, because like I said, my kids are grown now. I'm old. And
yeah, my kids grown too. I'm old.
When you tell we don't look it, but when we tell guys, I don't want to work, pay all the bills, and then come home and you think that you're supposed to sit back with a beer and watch TV, and you want me to take care of everything. That's unfair, and I'm not going to be happy with that. But guys are like, but I'll be tired. Yeah, they tell you, they'll say, but I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? I have a physical job. I don't want to have to do A, B, C, and D. Now, you should do it.
I'm going to say this, sister, from a man's point of view, that's valid. Do never invalidate that man on that, because sometimes that I don't want to come home and do nothing. Now for the last couple of years, I have the privilege to work from home, but it was at a point where I didn't want to come home and do anything. My wife was like, "Well, can you go with me to Walmart?" And I'm like, you can go. And she's like, well, "I need you to." I'm like, "Listen, I don't want to. I don't want to do that." And it's not being insensitive. What I'm saying is, look, I've been beat up by the world. All I want to do is come home and relax. Now,
I understand, but guess what? Some of us do too. Like, I've worked in the hospital for the last 17, 18 years, my career. And for the better part of, I would say probably like the 18 years that I've been doing it, for the better part of it, maybe 15, maybe 16 years, because I just recently got a lighter situation. I have been 10,000 steps, which is 5 miles, was an easy day. I came home with a lot of energy. That was an easy day. And that's just 5 miles at work.
Now I got
that
a
you walking.
question. I got a question. When you say, because it's an exchange, right? When you say, all right, y'all both working, y'all let's say y'all both go 9 to 5, right? Get home. What is it really you expecting him to do? You want to? Is it that
If
you
there
want
was
him to
something
cook?
that need to be
You
done.
take some days, like you take Monday, Tuesday, cook. He take Wednesday, Thursday, cook. Friday, y'all eat out, and the
So
weekend y'all figure it out.
when the kids were younger, this is what I wanted. I wanted for you not to come home and go straight to sleep. For you not to come home and be like, I gotta go to work, you know what I mean? And I'm finna go straight to sleep. And anything and everything that needed to be done, I have to do after I have walked 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 miles. You know what I'm saying? At
But
work,
it's so
stood, and it could
now.
be like sometimes like my boys. When I said my boys are huge, there was a time when they had growth spurts that I was asking the doctor about, like, why are they? Because they would come home and no, they would wake up in the morning and their pants wouldn't fit, and I would be like, well, you have to wear some shorts today. So I would come home, I would cook, meaning I would not take my scrubs off. I would cook the meal, or I would serve the meal, however, because it might have been crock pots, because at that point we had started asking each other at work, what the hell, how can we make these meals, so food would be done. And then after the food would be done, I would have to hop in the car and I would have to run from Walmart to Walmart to Target to Walmart to find pants that fit my kids until they closed. At the time, Walmart's was still open at 24/7. So here I am at 11, 12, 1 in the morning looking for pants because my kids was like, I'm not finna wear that to school. I'm too fresh. And so here you are. Now, mind you, he's asleep. Because he got to go to
Sister want to
work.
get on. Stays on. All right, sister stays on. You gonna get on after the sister finish talking. Go ahead. No, we listen to Ocean. I just want to let her know because she gotta. She's like, I want to talk.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm finna go ahead and let her do. So yeah, I wanted him to at least you go get the clothes and then I cook, or you cook and I go get the clothes. Or if I had to go and get some money, you go get the money. Or don't make it so that I have to cook, come home, come home, cook, pass out, wake up at 5 in the morning.
If I can make an observation real quick, I think y'all have more of a communication issue than anything. Because
no, I was telling him and he just didn't want to damn do it. And that's what made you, that's the kind of stuff that makes you say, I'm out. It's like when I said those guys be like, I'm tired. I don't want to do none of that. I don't want to. I've been working, I'm tired. I got, blah, blah, blah. And you be like, what the hell? I do too.
Now I'm gonna come on from a man's point of view, but I want sister to go ahead, sister. You got the floor now.
Hello, Mr. Reese. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hello, Miss Ocean. Hello to everyone in the room.
Hey, Stace.
Hey, so I saw you don't want a partnership, you want a peasant. I don't want a peasant. I definitely want a leader, but I do not believe in subscribe to partnership. I'm not a fan of the dynamic myself. I prefer more of a leadership, fellowship dynamic. That's just my preference.
Now, let me tell you something. It's an old saying that goes, a great leader is a better follower. That's a very old saying. A great leader is a better follower. Any man who knows how to lead will lead his wife as a partner. Meaning, regardless of I'm the leader, you're still with me. You're going there with me. So the aspect of it's more of a question, do you want partnership or a peasant? Meaning, like most relationships now, I know you just established that you don't mind being led, which is beautiful. Most people in this climate want people that people just to worship them and not give back to that person. We live in a society where people just think everything should be about them and only them, and they forgetting that there's somebody else on the other end. You see what I'm saying? So yeah.
So yes, sir, I absolutely see what you're saying. However, the way that I qualify and identify a leader is literally by leadership traits that you can identify. such as honesty, accountability, integrity, empathy, critical thinking, intellectual deduction. Literal actual leadership traits that have been studied upon time and time again. And it has been determined that these traits are core traits of leaders. This is how I identify a leader in the dating pool, and once selected, I am more than happy to submit and or follow whatever or cooperate, whatever term you prefer.
Now the thing is, the reason why we can't go with those statistics, because I guarantee you can't name one relationship that demonstrates any one of those qualities all at the same time. So we got to stop allowing these people in these institutions in their studies to say that these the type of qualifications some relationships should project when they don't even have any examples. So if you don't have any examples, but you're saying this is how it should be, I'm not obligated to believe you because you're just making a projection. Now, what I tell people to do is do life with people, become with a certain person. Because let's say I went to counseling to understand my current partner or relationship intellectually, and ultimately our relationship end, right? Those intellectual properties that I developed with her may be different than if I'm with you now. Now, are you telling me I got to go back to counseling to figure you out now? See, that's why I say that those studies and all that stuff is fake, because they're removing the aspect of doing life with people, understanding people. You can't write that in a book because everybody is different. So I'm good. I believe I can explain myself well. I believe I can have a good education with anybody, right? I can get into one sitting in on a date or whatever. I can get into your head to determine whether you would be a good fit for me long term. Now the question is, can a lot of people do that? Because I know what I want. I'm not worried about what you want in the beginning. I'm not worried about what you want or what you're looking for in a man. On a date, I won't ask a woman what she's looking for in a man. Right? It's up to you to it'll come up in the conversation. But I'm just asking questions to see where your mind at. How are you a wife? If I was to happen to go down and I can't provide at the level that I'm providing for now, what are you going to come up and step up as a partner and hold me down until I get back on my feet? What kind of mother would you be? Just stuff like that. Stuff like that. But yeah.
And I could see where you're coming from, Mr. Reese, when you say like we can't go by data and statistics and things like that. My husband is real. He's a real in the flesh breathing human being, and this is the dynamic that we have, and I find it absolutely beautiful. Now, when it comes to what you're saying about going on a date and identifying a wife, I think that's subjective to the man and what they're looking for. However, me, as a wife, and I've been a wife for 7 years now, as a
Congrats.
wife, I think, thank you, partnership is simply not something that I believe in. I don't believe in equality. I don't believe that I'm my husband's equal. I don't believe that I'm my husband's partner. It's just simply not my belief. It's not my way.
Partnership doesn't mean that you're equal, because we're equal as humans, but it's all in every position in life. There's always a hierarchy. So I understand. I don't believe in equality, equal but different. Yeah, everybody is not equal. However, like in my household, I always tell people I'm the pastor, I'm the provider, and I am the protector in my household. And my wife follows my lead. But I also look at my wife as my partner too, because I don't lord over her. I want to be able to hear her needs, her wants, her desires. So yes, and I understand what you're saying, like, because there always have to be a hierarchy and everything. But unfortunately, in this day and culture, a lot of people don't want the hierarchy. A lot of our sisters, unfortunately, want the hierarchy. They want the man. It's funny, isn't it crazy? Now, sisters, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. You want the man to be the protector, the provider, but you don't want him to be the leader. You want to be the leader. Think about that.
I don't know about, because like I said, I'm not married. I'm not looking to do this. I'm not looking to do what y'all doing again. I absolutely am not. But I'm the only woman. I'm the only one in my crew of friends that is not married. Literally, the only
Wow.
one who don't even have. You know, I'm yeah. They're all. But when they ask stuff, I be like, stay with your husband. Listen, stay with
Stay
your
with your
husband,
husband.
girl. I don't care what you, baby. Listen. That's my partner, not my partner. That's my partner,
Yeah.
and stay with him. And we gonna work it out. Look, we gonna get through this, girl. We gonna be
Yeah.
all right. I tell them, stay, 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 stay. Whatever you do, do not leave him, ma'am.
Yes.
I can tell you what's in these streets, and it ain't it.
It ain't pretty.
It ain't it.
Cause you know
Baby,
what's
stay with
crazy?
your man. Stay with
I'm
your
gonna be honest.
mans.
I as a man, I'm 43. I'm 43 years old, and if my wife was to happen to leave me or divorce me or whatever the case may be, I
God forbid.
yeah, God forbid, and I pray that doesn't happen. I pray that God keep us together forever. Um, I'm a God fearing man, but I don't think I will marry again because I am a
Woo, you hear me?
let me tell you why. I am a complex person. I know that about myself. I know that about myself, ladies. And I am a very complex person. I'm a detailed person. I like things a certain way. And you might think that, oh well, he just doing that because he got money or he's this, that, and no, I like things a certain way because if I don't have that a certain way, it makes me function a certain way. And if you're not willing to do that, then here's the flip side of that. I will still if I expect you to do that for me, I already know that I have to compromise things for you. I already know that. So that wouldn't even have to be a discussion because I'm going to listen. Okay, this is what you want. This is how you want it. And I'm going to make sure you got what you got. And just as long as you make sure I got what I got. I am a complex person. And it
I
took my
know.
wife this many years to to get it down
To
pat.
figure it out.
Yeah.
No, I know what it takes to keep a relationship, to keep a marriage going. I know. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like, I all that stuff when it comes down to marriage and all of that. I get it. Am I willing to do it again? More than likely not. I
Yeah.
know what it takes, and
Yeah.
that's why I tell my friends, don't leave him. Go, you're already in it.
Yeah.
Don't stay. Don't get out. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Don't stay. What the hell?
But at
Don't
least you
leave.
know that about
But me
yourself.
personally, yeah. But me personally, I know I won't do that. I don't want to do that shit again. I do not.
Go ahead, Stage. You got it.
Yeah, so if I could just chime in here, like you mentioned something about like your wife being your partner.
I can't hear you,
Well,
Stace.
Yeah, I
can you hear
think.
me better now? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you good now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. While I don't subscribe to partnership, I believe I did mention empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Empathy is a very crucial characteristic of a valid, effective, efficient leader.
Mm-hmm.
And empathy is really
I agree.
driven through connection. So
Mm-hmm.
while it's not that I don't have like a voice in my marriage, it's just
Mm-hmm.
that I trust in my husband so implicitly. I
Yes,
trust that he is going to make the best decision for myself and my child.
that's beautiful.
So I don't have to exercise and be so boisterous at all times. So while I don't practice partnership, I don't have to do that because I have a husband who displays empathy in his leadership. And
I,
that's the preferred dynamic of myself and women like me.
so I think we're saying the same thing, just in different ways when I say partnership, because partnership, you're pretty much explaining, everything that I explained in the beginning of this live, far as partnership. So we're saying the same thing, but I just think you're using it more in a subtle way of submission, total submission to your husband. I know that's the boogeyman word for a lot of women. I know that's a boogeyman word for a lot of women, but I totally understand where you're coming from because my wife, I'm in total submission to her in the empathy part of you and very attentive to the things that she want and need, in different times. But I'm always telling her if if she don't tell me exactly what she needs, she can't expect me to do it because I'm not a mind reader, and I'm not trying to be Miss Cleo the psychic. I already have a million things on my mind already. If you want a certain thing and you want certain, please tell me. Do not expect me to be. Just don't expect me to read your mind and do it. Case in point, Sister Ocean, when you said, you wanted, you know, what I mean, you didn't want grilled chicken that day.
The baked chicken.
Baked chicken.
I want some grilled chicken. I ain't want no damn baked chicken.
Yeah. You ain't want no baked chicken. He should have been voiced. He should have said, "Hey, babe, I'm cooking baked chicken tonight. You know, I know you don't get down with the baked chicken like that, but you know, would you want something else? Let me know what it is, and I'll hook it up for you. You know, and I think that's what Sister Stays is saying. Like, you know, just that empathy. The empathy part of that is, I know my lady don't like baked chicken, but I'm gonna make sure she got a pizza or some daggone fried chicken or a burger, hot dog, something. You know what I mean? Something else in the work, so we all can, we all grubbing, and we good. You see what I'm saying? So I see.
The way she's saying he lead is beautiful. You know, because he's considerate, he's empathetic, he's kind. You know, all the things that matter. He's not harsh with his words. You know, stuff like that.
Now,
that's beautiful.
I can guarantee that she can probably talk about his toxic behaviors at the same time.
He can, but don't bring
that. But
she
choose not to. Exactly.
Yeah, don't bring that to the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave that between y'all.
Now, just like my wife could probably say toxic stuff about me, and I could say toxic stuff about her. But we don't relish in the toxicity. Everybody. Nobody got this relationship thing down pat. Nobody ever. Nobody ever. It's never butterflies and rainbows.
It's not. And like now, I can talk about what happened, some of the stuff that went wrong, but I can also follow up with, we are separated, no longer together, our children are grown, and that is a beautiful man. I can barely stand him, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't have anything to do with the man that he is today. That is just residual. You know what I'm saying?
That's just residual. A lot of stuff that accumulated over the years.
Yeah, it was just exactly. But he's absolutely wonderful person now. Now, I don't have anything that I can say that's just wrong. You know, it's a couple of things that just get on my nerves. But like you said, it's accumulation. So it's gonna always be. So when he says something, I'm gonna be like, ugh.
Now I got a question for you. Would you? If he wanted to give it a chance again, would you?
Oh, child, he always wanted to give it a chance. No.
You bugging.
No, he always wanted to give it a chance. Always, forever. He gonna go to his grave trying to give it a chance. No.
Why?
No. Huh?
Why?
Oh, I'm done. Didn't you heard me say I can't barely stand the man? It was too much. You did too much. I used to tell all of my exes, when I leave, because I am a very patient and I take shit, I will take some stuff off of a man. Because I love, and no man is perfect. I'm not either. You got to. You have to. And that's one part a lot of people don't want to accept about relationships. He got to take some stuff off of you, and you got to take some stuff off of him. You have to.
What you have to say about that, Stays? Now I was talking to Stays. I want to see what she had to say about what you just said, from a woman's point of view.
About having to take some things off my husband.
Well, she said that he did a lot of stuff that she pretty much don't want to, rekindle or go back or try to make it work again. Like she just ever. let's emphasize. Let's put some emphasis on the ever. Let's put some emphasis on the ever.
Ever, okay.
Of course, that is her prerogative. That is her choice to make. However, the way I would view that as the kind of woman I am bound by different aspects to serve my husband in the very best way that I can. So I am honor bound, I am duty bound, I am bound by vows as a woman of my word. I have vowed to love, honor, cherish, respect, and submit to this man under any circumstance, and none of those circumstances are conditional. So with that being said, good, bad, right, wrong, ugly, or indifferent, happy or sad, I will remain at my station as a wife and be of service to my husband. So I can understand why women do not feel that way. However,
not through abuse though, right?
Abuse? No, I would not recommend that any woman or man, that anyone be subject to ongoing abuse. No, I would not.
Okay,
no,
just making sure. But I really adore your mindset. It remind me a lot of my wife, and I believe a lot. I mean, I wish people can hear more of these type of relationships in relationships, and women like you is a good example. Even though you're going to get feedback, I mean, you're going to get pushback from a lot of women who say, "No, these Negroes ain't nothing." I understand that it's a lot of dudes out here that just want to lay it down and spray it down, but you women got to also understand y'all the one that's opening up y'all legs to these dudes. Every time he called at 1 o'clock in the morning, you still letting him in the house. You know what I mean? So at some point, we all got to take responsibility.
The door unlocked.
Huh?
The door unlocked. I said, her talking about the door unlocked. Just come in. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, everybody got, if you believe this dude ain't nothing, then why are you letting him come over at 2 o'clock in the morning when you already know what our grandmother used to say, those the devil hours. Those the devil hours.
You know why she was you know why she letting him come over. Mm-hmm. You know why. She let him come over.
Yeah, but but he ain't nothing. He ain't this, but you still letting him spray it down. You know what I mean? Come on. So like, it is what it is. That's why, it's part, that's why I say, man, a lot of people don't want to know what peasants do. A peasant will do anything to make sure the person under them is happy at the cost of their dignity, at the cost of their wants, at the cost of their needs. That's what peasants do. Peasants will do anything to make the person above them happy. And
a lack of respect for themselves.
And that's what a lot of women and men want these days. They want peasants. Because the person the person above them don't care to make sure to care to even want to think what they want or desire. They just want what they want, and then once they finish with that peasant, they flee them off. So that's why I say, do people really want partnerships, or do they just want peasants? Just be real with yourself.
I think partnerships are probably so much more work. That's why they can. Yeah. With the peasants, you have a lot of control over the situation. You control them.
Yeah. Why you think these dudes like P. Diddy, right? He got all this money and dating all these chicks. Why do you think a lot of these superstars just playing around with all these chicks? Because they don't want partners. They want peasants. And a lot of women is willing to be their peasants because of these men's status.
Miami says she can be a peasant for $250 a month.
Yep.
$250 a month. I said, she charging for her peasantry. She is,
you know what?
Certainly charging for her peasantry.
And guess what? P. Diddy got it. And guess what?
He paying.
$250,000. And guess what? She can't say no. She can't say no to whatever he want to do, because if she do, that 250 is in jeopardy.
Well, I don't know, because she acting crazy. She still act crazy. Listen, she admitted, she said, I'm not coming up off of him. Mm-hmm. I'm not. And she fighting everybody for that 250.
But this the thing. Now, here's the thing. A lot of women say they probably would do that. A lot of women probably would do that, man. Right? So that tells me you have a number. If the opportunity presented itself, you have a number. But you wouldn't want to tolerate that with Pookie or Ray Ray. No. It's funny that you will be willing to do this stuff for P. Diddy, but Pookie and Ray Ray got to have all his stuff together for you to even remotely think about giving him a little piece of coochie.
Well, see, the thing is, for me, is I cannot knock her for doing it, and the only reason why is because she just has more self-control than I do.
She ain't
That's
got no
literally the only
self-control.
reason why she does have more self-control. Because me, I would have created all of there would be no peace. I'm gonna just put it like that. There would be no
There ain't no
peace. For
self-control.
all of the
That money is keeping her.
yeah, that money, and there's no dollar that'll keep me um should have me make me have discipline. I mean, that's why I'm saying she can only act up to an extent, and me
I like what
personally,
this
I
sister Erica
can't.
Hallway said. She said it's not right. It just doesn't make sense to be a peasant to someone who can't offer you anything. See, that's the
Oh,
thing.
that's put the Pookie in Ray Ray.
So and here's the thing. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Okay, yeah. So you can go be a peasant to P Diddy, right? You go be a peasant to P Diddy because he got a little bit of money, right? But that
That ain't no
$250,000
little bit.
now. But no, I'm gonna say this. That $250,000 is nothing to him. That's probably $250 to us, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so that $250,000. Now that's a lot to her, but at the cost of her dignity. Think about this. You really think he just going over there and they just
Oh,
having
I am.
casual sex? She already said he
I
pissed
am.
on her.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
See what I'm talking about?
She already said
Do you see
he
why I
pisses on her.
said? Do you see why I said she got more self-control and discipline than me? No. Yes, you
Yeah,
can offer me a
and
million. My
yeah.
mouth. I
Now,
wouldn't.
that's what I'm saying. He pisses. Ain't no other. Ain't no telling
He'd
the
have
other
fired
stuff.
me.
Come on. He's only giving her 250. You think he's giving her 250,000 just to go over there, just to hit it from the back for a quick 10 minutes and he rolled out?
He would have fired me.
Come on now.
He would have put a protective order against me.
Yeah.
He would have. He would have
But
been like, I want to make sure she never returns the way she talked about me and my mama.
yeah.
And she can never come back the
Yeah.
way she tried to fight me. She can't never come back. I'm telling you. That's why I said she got more self-control than me. That's the only
He said
reason
that
why
did
I
he
wouldn't
say
be
he
able to
wanted
do
a
it.
woman that reminded him of his brother? I don't know. That's kind of I don't
What?
know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know about
I
that.
don't know.
I don't know, but but that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
Like
know what.
250,000, they ain't for $250,000 a month. She ain't doing nothing regular. She's probably letting him do any and everything to her. Now,
Yeah.
are you
It's
willing to allow
possible.
yourself to be humiliated and dehumanized?
Not without getting arrested. Not without getting arrested. I would get arrested afterwards.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
would have a record. It would be
She said,
assault.
but
Yeah, I
but
would
but
have a
but but
record
that's
afterwards.
but I'm sure that was probably their arrangement when he probably talked about that before they made that agreement, and she probably said, okay, you give me this 250,000, you can, you know what I mean, you can do what but she already said that she cool with being pissed on. That was she said. That's out of her own mouth. So that's at the minimum. He's doing that. I don't know.
I work in the lab, and
know.
I deal with specimens. I deal with people's bodily everything that
Yeah.
you can think of that can come up out of and off of your body. I deal with it, and there is no way under the sun that you ought to see me when a little bit of splash of that gets on me.
Yeah.
Oh, we disrobing, we changing it to everything new. I'm oh my God, that's me. That's me. So yeah, no, him doing it willingly and me just
Yeah.
sitting there taking it.
Yeah.
No, and I get
And
paid to do this.
and
I
you know
went to
what?
school for this.
And she's a pretty young lady.
She's
real.
beautiful,
She is beautiful. But
and she's funny, and she's smart, and she's talented. That's a smart young whippersnapper.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think she just did a
She
video,
is.
and she was in the video. She said she knows she's a whore. She said that. I forget she was on. I think she was talking to Angela. She was talking to somebody, and she said, "Yeah," and they was like, "Well, would you want your daughter to be that?" And she was like, "No, Mom, make sure my daughter going to school." So, Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, sometimes they gotta walk before. I mean, sometimes they gotta crawl before their babies can walk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I am not
Well,
one that's
somebody
gonna,
said
like I
Saturn
said,
said, but it's 200,000 though.
250. Get
It's
it right,
250. Get it
Saturn.
right. I mean,
250.
it's 250. It's 250. I
Ah,
don't know. I
no.
don't know. I mean, I do know. If a woman, well, I won't. I'm good. So, but a woman, I ain't enticed by nobody's money. But if a woman wanted me to be her boy toy for 250,000, I know she just ain't gonna want me to just lay it down and spray it down. She probably gonna be wanting to put things in places that I don't want nobody to put things in places that. And I'm just not. That just a compromise that I'm not. You can offer me $1 million. I'm not. No, that's just not a compromise I'm into.
I'm extremely selfish. You can't share nothing. Nothing. You can't be giving away like he popped up with that new baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
I would
crazy.
see what I'm saying?
That was crazy.
Stuff like that. No,
And they
no,
said
no,
she said
no,
men pay
no.
women to be their servants. Yeah, well, you know what? Yeah, they do. And she's
Well,
one
you
of
know
them.
what,
She's one of them.
Erica? I feel called out. I feel called out
She's one of them.
because I got, like I said, I was my ex-husband's servant, pretty
Nah,
much.
don't do
That,
that. Don't do that.
well,
Don't
like
do
us,
that.
I was shit.
Ocean
And
Blue, don't
then,
do that. Don't do
eh,
that, man. I'm sure
well,
he didn't see you as that.
I don't know,
I'm sure he
but
didn't see you as that.
I felt like it. I put it like that. I felt like it.
It's cool. It's
And
someday.
then,
You know what? But in relationships, it's about exchange, man. It's about exchange. Like I said, I'm sure it's times my wife can talk about how she dragged me. I'm gonna tell you something. Before COVID, I used to travel a lot, and it was times I probably wasn't home. I remember the longest I've been away from home. My job sent me to California for 2 weeks. You know, and a lot of times I worked 10, 12, I got banker's hours. So 10, 12, 13, 14 hours a day. She wasn't complaining about the money, but it was times I couldn't be there. And she had to pick up the slack.
right.
Oh, Michelle Obama said this. Michelle Obama said it was a period of time when she had to raise the kids, and Obama was still in law school, and he was in politics and all that stuff. And it was times that she was given 70, he was given 30, and she couldn't stand him. But then as the kids got
Yes.
older, right? She said the kids got older, and then she started to travel with him and be more with him. She's glad that she went through that with him because now they got the rest of their life to enjoy. During that time of raising kids is going to be hard. Somebody's always going to feel like they're giving more than the other during that time, because the man might say, man, look, I'm working all these hours to make sure our household is functioning. And then the woman going to say, well, I'm doing all these hours to make sure the house is functioning too. And then all y'all doing is fighting over the functionality of the house, when both of y'all are really contributing to the functionality of the house. Whether you feel like you're doing more in the house and he's doing more outside of the house to bring finances, y'all both, this is your kingdom. Y'all supposed to do that. No, there's no such thing as equal contribution when it comes to certain things in a household, because somebody's gonna always feel like they're giving more than the other. That's just the way it is. And we gotta snap out of that, because it's
Well,
never
that's what
gonna be equal.
I tell my friends that now, that I'm out and everything. I tell exactly what you said. I tell them that, and I say, this can be worked through. It
Now,
can
this
be
thing
worked
about
through.
this. Now your kids are grown now. Just imagine all
Yeah,
the fun you and your husband can be having right now.
we can't. We
No, I'm
can't.
just. No,
And I'm telling you, Reese, and let me tell you why. And it's not because, like I said, he's cool. He still has some ways that just irk me, but he's real cool now. And now my boys, they rely on him heavily. And I tell him all the time, raise you some men. Go on and raise you some men. Like my hands, I'm not the only time I'm gonna have a hand in what you and them boys got going on is when they ask me for something. But other than that, you have 100% control to raise you some men and enjoy yourself.
yeah.
But as far as a relationship with him, I was too resentful. And it's not him, because anything and everything that I did that he felt was wrong, and that, whatever, he has forgiven me for. And he's just like, you were a great person out of whatever we went through. I would love to spend the rest of my life. You cool. You a dope person. And I'm like, I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm good. It's not him. It's not him. It's me. And I'm really like, I'm good. So, like you said, it could be if I was more, I don't even know. I don't even know if I was more whatever. And yeah, we would probably have something. But no, it's me. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, no, and ain't.
Well,
I'm good. No.
That's one of those things. I hope that y'all can rekindle, because it ain't nothing out here.
What?
I hope y'all. I'm always for I'm always for reconciliation. I love the concept of reconciliation. I love it. But
We'll pray about
let me
it,
tell you
Reese, but
something.
I don't think so.
That's why. Let me tell you something. I know I'm toxic. I have toxic traits.
What? Okay, go ahead.
I know I'm toxic. It's real. Everybody's toxic. It's really all about what toxic traits in the person you're willing to tolerate. Everybody's toxic. Everybody. Whether it's overt or covert, everybody's toxic. So don't let these social media people try to use these. Oh, this person is narcissistic. Let me tell you something. I went on a binge one day, was watching all these people who talk about people who's narcissistic. And let me tell you something. I have narcissistic traits, and if you listen to a lot of these people, the way they explain it, so do you. So do you. What they explaining is everyday people who's been hurt and is guarded, or they may have been hurt when they was young and is guarded, and they just need to learn how to put the guard down. Some people are worse than others. You see what I'm saying? But it's really about overcoming. It's really about overcoming. The question is, are you willing to stay long enough to overcome? Like I said, if a person ain't cheating on you, like, what you think the next person, you think you're gonna find somebody who may not be good. I mean, may be good to you verbally, but they might be cheating on you.
Yeah.
It's about relationships.
It's always gonna be something.
It's always going to be something. So it's certain things that I'm willing to tolerate that my wife does. And just long as I know that she's committed and faithful to me, you know what? We're gonna continue to work on this, work on this situation so we can become better, better with each other. But I don't want to chance it with another woman. I don't want to chance it with another woman.
I don't want my friends to chance it. I don't want my friends, because of everything, because of my outlook, because of the way that I've taken in everything, just my point of view of the whole situation. And I tell them, I'm adamant about telling them, unless that man, or unless you are putting your hands on each other and y'all talking and disrespecting each other and stuff like that,
I want submission.
Nowhere. Don't you go nowhere.
I want. Lauren Fetter said people that want submission want control. I want submission, but I also give submission. I want submission, but I also give submission.
I don't think submission is always a bad thing.
Yeah, because people, like I said, people want peasants. People want people. This is the crazy thing that I learned. This is that I learned about a lot of people. What people require from other people, they don't want to give. So you want a person to be a certain way, but you don't want to give them that same energy. You want a person to appeal to your emotions, but yet you don't open up. You don't give them that same respect. You want a man to do this, that, and the third, but yet you don't do this, that, and the third for him, and vice versa. You want a woman to do this, that, and the third, but yet you don't do this, that, and the third for that woman. Part of the core understanding of submission is that I'm willing to give up and do whatever it is, assist you in whatever you need, and I assist you, and you assist me in whatever I need, and we do a series of exchanges of assisting each other. That's submission. Technically, you want to know? I'm gonna use it in basketball terms. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, whoever your favorite player is the MVP of that, the star of that team. The other people on that team have to be in submission to him. You want to know why? Because being as though he's the star, they have to make sure he score. Because his dominance on the court is what get people afraid, and plus his presence on the court is what everybody want to see. So you as a role player, because they call the other people on the team role players, they have to submit to the leadership of LeBron James or Michael Jordan. And if you don't do that, you're not going to win a championship. So
submission is basically full trust. So hopefully you've picked someone who you can fully, completely, 100% through and through trust. That's really all you're doing. When you submit, regardless of what the Webster Merriam definition is, basically what you're doing is giving this person trust to the core. That's all it is.
And you know what? A lot of people want to project that. They want to project the whole submission because they want what they want. They don't want to submit to a man because they feel like they're giving that man total control over their life. And they don't want to submit to that man because ultimately they don't want to give that man everything. They want to be able to tell that man, no, I got a headache. Okay, if you telling your man for weeks in on out that you don't want to have sex with him because you got a headache or you're on your period or you just don't feel like it today, don't be mad if he go cheat on you.
No. When she's giving him complete trust, then she's trusting that she can say no and that he is going to be understanding.
For 2 weeks, for a month, you telling your husband no?
Well, there's a reason why. Because
why there has to be a reason why?
It has to be a reason why. If that meat good, why you turning it down? Let's be for real. Let's be for real now. If that meat good, why is you turning it down? She got a reason for turning down good meat.
That don't mean nothing. Well,
yeah, it do.
No, it don't.
Yes, sir. Good meat.
Some women.
Something is going on if she's turning down good meat. Because women like it just as much as men.
That's not the excuses. A lot of women is saying that they just asexual and they don't just like have
a lot
sex.
of times the meat ain't good to her. She just married them for a reason that don't have nothing to do with love, commitment.
That could be.
The meat good, none of that. She didn't get with him for real reasons, carnal reasons, natural.
So you
reasons,
just think you think that she just don't want to do it because she's not satisfied?
It could be because she's not satisfied. It could be because of how he is towards her. It could be because he made her some damn baked chicken for 2 days in a row and she was hungry. You know.
You going in on that baked
I'm just playing.
chicken.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just saying, if it's got to be good. Because listen, when it's good.
You're right. The dude, Calv's 215. Listen to women on this, brother. I'm gonna listen because I'm not a woman, but I do. When a lot of women say they don't do the sex thing as much because one, they either asexual or they was working a lot or he wasn't doing something emotionally to get her in the mood and stuff like that. So, but this is the first time I heard a woman say, well, it's maybe because, he ain't laying it down right. But you should have knew that before you married him. You knew that he wasn't laying it down right.
She did not. Mm-hmm.
Come on,
that's why I say she didn't marry him for organic reasons, for natural reasons, for real reasons, for good good reasons for logical, like, for, you know what I'm saying? She could lay him down. I mean, she could lay him down. She could be with him because he pays bills well. He's a good man. He's kind and considerate. He's everything except
But don't
good
but
in that in
but
there.
don't punish him because that's something he didn't know. Now you're punishing him for something that he didn't even know that he wasn't good at because you married him. Now I like what Beth
She,
just said, men
but
cheat
wait a minute.
because
She
of a lack.
could
That's
have
one of the reasons
told
of
him.
self-control. That's one of the reasons.
She could
But
have told him, because I've had
yeah,
a guy who was like, I told him that it was not what there was, and he was like, he didn't care. He was still like, I want to marry you. I want you to be my wife. And I was just looking at him like, are you out of your mind? You have to be completely out of your mind to think that I am finna go into a marriage and I just have to lay there and let you go for it.
yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Because you
crazy.
want it, and I'm unhappy, and it's
Well,
not
yeah, you
good.
should. Yeah, you
And
nah. But if a woman married her because let's say he's nice, he paid the bills, he's a good father, and this, that, and the third, and he's not good in bed. Listen, you still married him, so you obligated to make sure he's good.
right.
You obligated to make sure he's good. So that's not no excuse now. 10 years down the
Well,
line,
no, it's
now
not no
that you
excuse.
fed up, now that you fed up,
Yes, yeah,
that's
that's what
not.
it is. That's what
But
it
that's not
is.
his problem. That's
Yeah,
not his problem. You shouldn't have
that's
did
not
that.
his fault.
Yeah, you
She
shouldn't have
did
did that.
that.
Yeah.
It's wrong. So, but what we're asking though, is for her to, like you said, make sure he good. So later, like a corpse, and let
No,
him
you
go
ain't
for
gotta
what
lay
he
there like a
know.
course, but she knew.
What
But
else
that's
she
the.
gonna do? She don't like it.
It's like you know what sisters say. Well, if a man don't got a good job, he should do better and get a new one. But he's saying, you know what? I did it. I stayed there because I needed to take care of my family, and I had to put my pride to the side because my family depended on me and they paid me good.
So she work her hips even though she don't like it. You telling her
But
act
but
like
she
you
but
like
this
it.
the thing, she married him.
She did.
So if she married him, that's what you signed up for.
So long term, act like you like it.
Yeah, you signed up for that.
Okay.
So
Now I
let's
get an
say
understanding of
let's
that.
say y'all dated for 3 years, and for 3 years he didn't do nothing to satisfy you sexually, but he did this other
Right.
stuff. And then when he
Right.
proposed, and you said, "Yeah," you entered into that
Yes.
lifelong commitment.
Yeah. You
So
did.
you have to you know what, you have to bear the consequences of that because
At this
that's what you
point, you
said.
got to become a Emmy winner, a Emmy award winner. You need to be an
Yeah,
Oscar award winner
yeah, just
because
like
you
it's like
signed
they
up for
say,
that.
if a man, marry a woman that, like, let's say you knew that she was a gold digger, or you knew that that she was out there like that, but for a minute she liked you and she calmed down, but then after a couple years of marriage, now she back out there. You knew you was getting into that. Let's say I like to use this as an example for men, right? The reason I say I would never date none of these IG chicks, right? The main reason why, if I was a single man, I wouldn't go for any of these chicks because let's say we start talking and she liked me and I like her and she stopped doing IG stuff and OnlyFans and all that stuff for a little while because she's trying to cultivate our relationship. But then we get married. Now she familiar with me, and now she like, man, look, I'm about to go back to what I'm doing, and I'm like, nah, don't do that. Now she like, well, you can't tell me what I want to do. I mean, now you can't tell me what you can't tell me what to do. I was doing this when you met me.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
see,
You
you
was
see
you was
how
an
that
all
worked?
star.
Now he like,
You was
well,
all
we
star
married now. Well,
actress.
I don't care if
Yeah.
we married now. But you stopped when we first got together. It's because I was trying to impress you and I was trying to get, this, that, and the third. But now that I got you, I don't care what you think. I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Well, she signed up for it for all these other attributes. You did not go into it for the
Come on up,
bedroom.
Jeff.
So, if you get in that bedroom while y'all married, you need to continue to act like it's what that is, so you can
Oh, Jeff,
continue to get them bills paid. That's fair.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fair.
you're right.
So that's what it's a compromise. She got, she signed up.
Yeah,
Jeff.
yeah, it's compromise.
But you ain't got enough followers to come up. You ain't got enough followers to come up. I'm live on YouTube and Facebook as well. So if you want to go on Facebook and and YouTube.
Yeah,
You can go
Candy,
on
you know
there.
you don't lower your standards, but sometimes I was on a live with a bunch of women. It was like 9 of us, and I was the only one who was like, I don't know if that's something that you should compromise. But those women, every last one of them, I think it was like 8 or 7, something like that, and they were all like, that's not important. If he's a good man and he's blah blah blah, then that's not no big deal to me.
Yeah.
And I was like,
And that's the
okay.
thing. So that's the thing. So you know how many of these women will get with men because they got money, right? And they might not be as good as might not be good in bed, but they only want them for the money. Then they'll marry him and then divorce him and get some of that money.
Get the money. Now that
So
I think is not right because you went in with intentions and an ulterior motive.
yeah,
That's not
because,
okay.
but that's what I'm saying. Like you know, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know that dude from the first day y'all got it down, and the 3 years y'all was dating before y'all got married. You knew that man wasn't. You know what I mean? You already knew
Yes.
what you think he was going some magically. You know what I mean? Grow a little bit
Well, a
bigger,
lot
or
of
you know what I mean?
people,
Like come on, what do you think was gonna
guys be
happen?
like, you gotta teach him. You gotta teach him. I've gone through the whole process of, like I said, I have patience in my relationships, and we go through it all. And I just finally was telling the old guy, I was like, I cannot. And he was a wonderful, like, I'm old school. We grew up together actually, from kids. So, we both had both parents, blah, blah, blah. And, but I was just like, no, dude.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And you know
My
what?
hormones work very well. No, I'm not, I can't.
That's one of them things. That's one of them things. It's
Yeah, he was like, I'll
yeah, but
take
that's why I
care, I'll
said,
make sure. And
man.
I was like, I don't want your money. I want some stuff that God gave you.
Mm,
I
wow,
want some stuff that come natural. I don't
wow.
want no money. I don't want your money. I'm not gonna
So do
use
you?
you.
But do you think that the woman should take responsibility if she just feel like he's not pleasing her? You know, it's. I mean, they got toys. You know, they can explore other stuff together.
No, you can't teach a man rhythm. You cannot teach a man stroke. You can't teach a man stamina. You can. We have no idea what it feels like. We can't teach you how to cope, how to deal, what to do. We can't teach none of that. We cannot teach you that. We can point to where we like it, but your carnal instinct is always going to take over
Mm,
until you are trained somehow. So, and I don't even know how that works, but your carnal instinct is going to take over. So what feels really really good to you is going to take over,
mm,
regardless of what feel good to her.
mm.
That's what you're going to continue to do, what you like the most.
So
And she could have
Jeff's
told you,
young
go
OG,
here.
young OG in the comments asked a question. He said, "So is men just the void of everything? So is men just the void of everything?"
So does he avoid everything? What does he mean? So is
You
men
mean
just the
avoid?
void?
You mean avoid everything?
I don't. Yeah. What does he mean? I don't know what he means.
Cindy said, "No, they need to talk. I believe he can learn her body. Yep, they need to, yeah, what's that word? Intensity. Hold on.
Intensify their mental
Oh, okay,
connection.
because it's small on my screen. Intensify their mental whatever that cooney. Oh, connection. I was about to say cooney. What's
But
that?
when do y'all, when are y'all able to
Um,
do that? How long will she go unsatisfied before you can
um,
gain and master self-control and
I'm gonna
discipline
say this
to
right.
learn her body?
I I now men. I took responsibility to learn my wife body. Right. I know what makes her go crazy. I know what makes her don't go crazy. And I did take the time, but It also depends on how mentally, what's the word I'm looking for? How mentally stimulated the woman is. It depends on how mentally stimulated your wife is too. It's a lot of factors to get women to that place. Unfortunately, it is. Y'all and sister, you know that too. You know that
Yep.
too, as as a woman. Now I won't begin to go into because I'm not a woman, because it don't take that much for men to get there. As speaking as a man,
True.
it don't. so it is. It's it is mental, but when you're in a relationship, like you're already married and you just in the bed and y'all gotta go to work in the morning. You roll over and you just trying to get it off. Those days happen, and the days that y'all really wanna lay it down and get
Annette.
lay it down. You gotta when y'all older and got kids, you gotta kind of schedule that out. The longer nights, and different women, it take different women different mental stimulations to get there. It take different women mental stimulations to get there, and you have to understand that. Now, unfortunately, sisters, hear me out on this. Don't beat me up for it. Sometimes during the day, y'all get easily triggered by certain things. And when you get easily triggered by certain things, that could ruin the mood for later. And now, mentally, you're not even there. I mean, you're there, y'all gonna get it in, but being as though your mind is already racing 100 miles a minute, you're not gonna really get there and he might be trying to put it down and lay it down and doing everything that you like. And yes, it feels good, but you're not able to do you're not able to make that release happen because your mind is here, there, and everywhere. Now, shoot me down if I'm wrong. Shoot me down if I'm wrong.
You telling the truth.
So I know what I'm. I mean, I know your boy know what he talking about.
Yeah, no, you married and your wife is happy. I promise you that.
Yeah.
The way you talking, yeah.
You see that? Look now.
Yeah. Yes.
Look. She said, "I'm guilty of this." So, it may not often be your man's problem. It might be your problem.
Yeah. That goes with her knowing herself. Now, sometimes, her mind is 100%. I am very, very guilty of that. Because, like I said, I work in the medical industry, so it depended on where I could have been in pediatrics, and I could have had to CPR a baby. It's all kind of stuff. I could have had a baby that was so sick, and I had to go in the closet and cry myself when I finished with it. It's all, man. Listen, the list is long. Mine, mentally, I'm pointing out, that her mind could not be there. All kind of stuff. She could have lost a deal if she's in business. She could have, whatever she's in. You know what I'm saying? Finances, like you said, she could, all kind of stuff. It could be one of the kids and her got into it.
Yeah, because and that's the most common. That's the most easy trigger. One of the kids then did something that got you on your nerves. Got on your nerves. So and if you know that about yourself, right, and you know that your partner, and this is y'all know, you gotta find that. Okay, I can't let this disturb me because this is gonna be the night I'm gonna be with my husband, and that's where it comes in the part that you making sure you keeping your mind focused on your husband, because this is gonna be that time where y'all gonna connect, because you gotta look at that time it's like the iPhone to the speed charger. You know how you can't wait to put your phone on the charger just to be on it more?
Sometimes we have to just focus on him.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm gonna just be honest.
Because let me tell you what.
We gotta know, and
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, sometimes we know in our minds, I won't finish today. I'm not finishing. So, and she can probably realize it in the middle, and like, yeah, today I'm not doing it. So let me go ahead and, you know what I'm saying, and just let you have fun, let you enjoy yourself, let you be in your moment, have your moment, and she just gonna focus on you. And then when it's over with, then it's over with, because she can't blame you. It was her mind.
Yes,
it's your mind.
He don't know. He don't know. Ultimately, what's going on in there. And here's the thing. Let me tell you something about us men. When, let's say in the morning we had a discussion, you're like, yeah, we gonna get it on tonight. And you telling me, yeah, baby is on tonight, and I'm like, word. Let me tell you something. Nothing nobody can do during that day can get me out of my element. my boss can get on my nerves from here to Africa. I'm like, man, I'm about to tear my wife. Man, they could get on my nerves from here to Africa. My mind is already there. I'm gonna make sure I'm doing this. I'm making sure. I'm gonna make sure I'm doing the breaststrokes. Man, I'm all up in there.
Yeah, you taking care of business.
Yes, and that's how men think. And unfortunately, that's how we think. Y'all think too. But as much as we trick ourselves into thinking, we get to that moment. You be like, well, what's going on? And then you be like, nothing. Come on. And now we like, oh man. So we thinking that, okay, I'm going to get this done. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this little thing that she like. Yeah, she going to like it and it's going to feel good, but she's still not there because her mind is still elsewhere.
Like last week, if I had somebody, his whole week would have been in shambles.
Hold on real quick. Let me answer Queen real quick. Queen said, not your bio saying I am the red flag. Yeah, I am the red flag. But go ahead, my bad.
Queen, that's my baby. Yeah, his whole week would have been Monday through Friday. Do you hear me? It's Monday through Saturday. Monday through today, actually. No, it'd have been 2 weeks. He'd have had 2 weeks of misery. 2 weeks of misery. But last week, I was telling him, because I'm in pediatrics now. And I said, baby, these babies got the dog in them. And that was just Monday. Tuesday, they had the dog in them too. Wednesday, it got to Thursday. I was like, no, wait a damn minute. What is my energy off? These babies come in with the squad game on 10. Every day I was tired. My mind was full. Every day I went home with silence. I didn't put on no music. I wasn't on my phone. I was nothing. I was just blank driving. You know what I'm saying? I was just telling all my babies, I'm sorry. It's, well, why you fight me, or where you going? You know, just, what are we doing? What is going on, baby? All of that. They had the dog in them all week. And listen,
wow.
Babies are an angelic being. Every single baby, you feel it when you hold it. They have a godly energy in them. Every single child, because they're brand new, they just got here. So their system is 100% pure. And if they are fighting you like that, you're doing something to them. They feel like you're doing something to them. And you can't project it onto nobody. You are the culprit. And that is just a horrible feeling, to know that you are the person that is traumatizing, scaring, possibly hurting, whatever with this baby. And you got to go home with that every single day.
Yeah.
And you can't detach from it properly, because the next day, it's new. Some of them babies you have to see again. You know, it's new. So had I had somebody to come home to, he'd have been like, what is wrong? If he hadn't been with me through the journey of knowing that, you know, I have the type of job that I have, the type of career that I have, you know, he'd have been like, oh my God, I'm not getting none. Or if I'm getting some, she ain't participating.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? And it's unfortunate because now I want you to answer Young OG what he just said. He just said, so at what point does the man get the pass? I'm confused.
I don't even see it. Where is that at?
It's on there. You might have to scroll up a little bit.
Okay. But he said, at what point does what? The man get a pass?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
So I'm guessing, like, if you're not, you know, allowing your man to release, you know.
We both gotta suffer. You don't get no pass, buddy.
Oh no, that's not how it go.
Keep it inside.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you from a man's point of view, because I don't want because I know a lot of sisters, they try to answer the question on why men always want to have sex. Let me tell you something, especially when he's with he want to be with one woman, right? Sex to a man is what energizes him and keep him motivated to going into this world that sucks the life out of him. So the fact that I can come and be intimate with my wife and she want me just as much as I want her, no matter what goes on in the world or what the world is draining from me, whether it's from work, being out in the world, I know that, this is where I want to be. And it's like a reset. It keeps me going.
Elaborate for me. Elaborate what you mean when you say that. Because for women, it's
not different.
Necessarily. Yeah.
So and that's fine because we are different. We are different in nature. That's just
right. So I want to understand.
So as for women, you're not going to totally understand because it's more of a feeling and an action that men need. You know how when you feel, it's the same feeling you get when you're protected and you are secure in everything. It's that same feeling when a man can go into his wife. When a man can go into his wife and get that release he needs, because that's his sense of security. You gotta remember, so men always mark their territory. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna ask you about that marking territory too. So you saying the feeling that we get from, and don't hold this against me when I say it may not be for every woman. Let me say maybe for me. The feeling that, say, I get when I know that I have security, meaning I don't have anything to worry about at home. I don't have nothing to worry about. Hey, baby. I don't have anything to worry about at home. I don't want for anything. Meaning, if I decide that I want to go and shop for something, it's literally excess. It's abundance. You know what I mean? Because I have he's giving me everything. If I wanted, purses, cars, whatever, I have it all. Anything that I want now is excess. I have lunch. I have money in the bank. I have gas in my car. You know what I'm saying? When I walk up to the job, I feel good. I know that my guy is mine and he loves me. You know what I'm saying? That type of security.
Yep.
I know that if I was to call him and I say, baby, whatever, he said, F that job, and he burning out. If he's within the vicinity, he on the first thing smoking.
She said, Lord,
so come and help me. And so that type of security is the same thing that y'all get when you get to connect with your woman.
Yep. And and that's why when you notice when a man is not connecting with his wife on that level, that's when he's more aggravated and agitated.
Well, young OG, it's a lot of I because we're describing what it is for specifically a woman's type of security. And I said I a lot because each woman's type of security is different. It's very subjective.
Yeah, we're talking about Jeff. Well, that's my homie Jeff. We're talking about we're talking about her on an individual level. So that's why she's saying I. So it's she's saying talking about what makes her feel when when she's that comfortable. We're saying that that feeling men get when they in their wife and their wife want them just as much as he want her, and they coming together in that most intimate time. That's the reason why he wanted so much, because that's what makes him that's what it makes him feel. That's how it makes him feel. And she's saying, okay, when she's this, that, and the third, that's how a man feels. That's why you ever heard that saying, Ocean, where it says a man is real easy to please. A man, when I tell you that, they say, and a lot of women say it, feed them and give them some booty.
So this is my question. It's kind of off topic, and I've heard this question a couple of times this week too. Say your guy is dealing with some stuff, right? And he's like, I can't even think about that right now. I can't, that's not where my mind is. And you're thinking to yourself, I'm the one who you're supposed to come to when you need to release. But you are not who he comes to. You are not that place of release. You are not what he chooses to run to in his dark moments. Does that mean that you're really not for him? You're not the one that he really looks to?
I'm glad. That is a really, 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 really good question. And I'm gonna answer that real quick. And then after I answer that, Young OG down in the comments wants you to answer a question. But okay, let me answer this real quick. A lot of men, when they going through stuff, is oftentimes they don't know how to put it in words, so they're trying to figure it out and compartmentalize. I don't know how to say that word. Put it in different categories.
Compartmentalize,
so they trying to figure it out for themselves. So it's hard for them to tell you if they haven't figured it out for themselves, because a lot of men we are natural born fixers. We are, we try to solve problems and make solutions and all that stuff.
So she should stay.
So what she should do is, let me tell you what she should do. Allow him to have, because I'm like that. When I have to try to figure something out, my wife and she'd be like, man, what's going on? And I'll be like, yo, just let me try to figure this out.